Hello, Fright Lights, and welcome back to Sashiko Potions. I'm Robin Sashiko, the traveling alchemist who's here to make your day just a little bit more magical. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer and aspiring voice actress. I do hope that everyone is having a wonderful, wonderful day today so far. How is everybody? Hi, Multi. Hi, Ellie. Oh! Thank you for the subscription. Yay! May the tricks and treats be upon ye. Happy Halloween, fellow spooky creature of Halloween. It's not Halloween, but it could be. We're getting there. It's almost there. Loving the witch Robin, by the way. Ah, thank you. It's so sweet. I know, I really like it too. Tis the season. I know it's the season. Already celebrating? I mean, so am I. Now! Gup! Ba-da-bow, ba-da-bow-bow-bow. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing good today. I haven't really done a whole lot today, but I re-downloaded FL Studio and made a little song. I want to say it's basically done because it's a bit of a small, short song, but it's also like I downloaded the free version, so I can't save my work. Well, I can't save the project, so I can't go back and edit it whenever I want. I can export it. I can export the song to like an MP3 when it's done, but I can't save it. So if I want to edit it and it's like, I don't like this part in here, I won't be able to go back and change it. So I'm currently keeping it open in the background, seeing if a friend might be able to help me get the license for it. I'm not sure though. But yeah, I had a good time making some music today. It definitely took up a little bit of my time. Got a little hyper fixated on it. It takes a little bit to get into. I don't think I'm terrible at it. I don't know anything about music theory, but I think I can make an alright song. That's why I have my SoundCloud. My friend who's also streaming at the same time. What the hell? Okay, you could just watch both, surely. Multitask, baby. At the same time. Man, you can't just do that. You're gonna leave me. That's okay. Can I multitask? Or be sensory overload? That's okay. Or you'll do great. I do like Moon and Claw. That was my first song, and I managed to do pretty well with it. Yeah, let's do what I mean, although I just realized it has, what was it say? I don't know. I just sent the song I made today to a friend. They said they like it. Little Plinky saw at the end. Maybe I'll share it later. Language of my heart. Moon and Claw? Yeah, that's a name of one of my songs on my SoundCloud and my intro sometimes. I wanted to get back into music because I want to make like a theme song for myself. I think about how Undertale has like a bajillion leitmotifs of the main theme, from like the final boss to like the middle, the start, the end. There's all different parts and bits, and it's like I wonder if I could make something that's kind of like that, where I could turn it into multiple different genres with the same like leitmotif. Always bewitch me. It's truly a mystery. Happy toil and trouble and happy abu to you. Oh, yeah, we're be playing a little witch in the woods today. I don't know much about it, but it looks like a cute little explory, crafty game. I wouldn't really know how to explain it. Bewitching you? What is it? Because I'm so cute? Is that what you want me to say? um. Ah. Hi Nova. I had lasagna for dinner. It was pretty yummy. I'll have to find out do the controls of this game. Terraria-esque? What do you mean Terraria-esque? Was a Mujat hanging every day. What do you mean? Can't you do that anyway? I'm an alchemist and potion seller. Isn't that what I do anyway? Can I not do that if I'm not a witch, Ellie? What are you talking about? Terraria-esque, but more handholdy. Oh, yeah, okay. That's more like occult magics. Dark, spooky stuff. Yeah, I mean, witches are a little more occult and, which is like more dangerous dark magic and stuff. No, why would you say that? I'm not a witch. I'm more of like a mage and a chemist or something. You know, using effects from like monster parts, mushrooms, crystals, the dark spooky stuff. Have you ever read Macbeth? Not recently. I could probably put more energy into that laugh, but I don't feel like it. Three witches doing a potion. Oh. Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. Yes. Who's pinging me? Separates alchemy and magic. I just think that's a great point of reference. Right. Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'm a witch. I don't like being seen as a witch, but maybe I'm just weird. I'm kind of like getting comfy in my spot, which is a cool positive thing. You think so? The music a little more. I'm not sure what else you would call it. Just like a potion seller, potion maker. And it's dozens of different things to dozens of different people. I don't know. I'm not. I don't like the term witch. I guess. Not that there's anything bad with it, but I just don't feel like that's kind of what I'm doing. Or maybe what I'm doing, but not how I like identify. if that makes sense, my gender isn't witch. Call me a sandwich instead. Potion Blorbo. Yeah. It's like herbalism, right? Different plants and things to have fun effects, and then I sell the potion. This, I mean, I'm running an atelier here. I believe that's technically what it's called, an atelier, or maybe just like a like botany or something. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna grow a couple in here. Retreat and alchemy. What? And what's? I mean, alchemy is like equivalent exchange, right? I mean, it's oh god, oh, thank you. Hmm. Maybe I'm just a little bit uh not smart with the terms and their meanings. Like, wish that I'll call you a sandwich. I mean, my friend Soki likes trying to put me in a sandwich. Hi, Avian. Ow. Does this want to make you stay longer, Ellie? I mean, would it be right to call myself an alchemist? In a different language. That's why it's called alchemistry. Alchemy. I'm pretty sure that's the full thing of it, right? Hi, Drade! Hi, cutie! Oh, wow. Okay, I'm persuaded. Alchemistry. What would my environment like not including this Halloween decor in my outfit right now? What do I normally like look what would I could be considered? Would it still be an alchemist, or would you call it like a herbalist or potion merchant or something? Alchemonth. I'm alchemist. A science lady. In a non-scientific word. Science. Well, wouldn't that be more of a chemist? Specific term, but EP. Ah, man. I guess we'll never know. Ba, 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 ba. It's not like I have a broom. I do have a magic staff, though. You see that there to the right of me? Or to the left of me? Moth Kitty left. My right. Bravity's sake. I've just always already been saying alchemist. Alchemists are cool. And whenever there's an alchemist in like D&D, it's usually potion related, so. Yeah, it's just a magic staff. I originally wasn't going to be an alchemist. I was more gonna be like a magic guide of the forest. Like imagine a dark, spooky forest, and I'm like your guiding light by like opening paths and guiding you to the other side or through it, kind of thing. It was just gonna be like a nice little magic light staff. I don't really know what the crystal inside does. I just think it looks pretty in there. Apothecary. Oh, yeah. They glow in the dark? That's the word. Yeah, an apothecary. Would that is that like the setting I'm going for here as an apothecary? Is that what you mean, or is that like a title or for a job? God bouncing in front of me. Oh, no need to be sorry, sweetheart. You're more than welcome to Oogle if you like. Job description. I'm an apothecary. I guess so. Let me look up the definition. Apothecary. Not Apothecary Diaries, although that was a good anime. Sold medicines and drugs. I sell drugs! And other substances. Yeah, it's more medicine, I think. Mostly a lot of cocaine. Yay! I kind of wish I got into chemistry a bit more. Apothecary's the team. Good job. Proud of you. Ooh, stop being eepy. Who's doing that? Alright, let's play the funny video game. You're almost a vet slash nurse? I kind of wanted to be one. A little bit. I know I didn't go to school for any of that, though. Alright. Little witch in the woods. I gotta turn that off. Controller display. Loud noises. Oh, pretty football witch. Hi, it's me. Squirrel Mom Trish, thank you for the follow. How are you? Welcome into my shop. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Yay, we were just about to get started. If you study it more, then do it as a business. Really? I am a smart and creative girl. I'm good at thinking up ideas and creations, which is why I'm a Moth Kitty alchemist thing. I think. I'll have a cheeseburger. What you would be called if you study it. Is alchemy more for studying and not actually like making it? Is that true? That doesn't seem right. Blah. Ah. No backseating. Seconds away. Yay! Do not accidentally get sorted in with the spare ingredients. Oh no. I'm not sure if this game would be better with or without a controller. Let me see. Right from the tap. Well, it's not for me. I don't do that. What game I've never heard of before? It's Little Witch in the Woods. Tibby got it for me because she said it was one of her favorite comfy games. And it looks very cute, and it could be my style. I wonder where the carrot was.
You're still thinking about that?
We found everything except the carrot.
I think it's good that we never found the carrot.
What are they talking about?
There was something off about that legendary carrot soup recipe.
I just realized we never checked the men's restroom.
You actually have some shame? I thought you knew nothing but adventures.
We searched the whole school, save for that place, but we never found that carrot. That means the carrot was in the men's restroom.
Carrot in the men's restroom. What an odd sense of humor.
I should write Jenny a letter asking her to look through the men's restroom.
Do you ask Will instead? It's the men's restroom after all.
Nope, that coward finds it. He'll take it to the professor bawling like before. Carrot.
Keep in mind that if it weren't for Will, you'd be in jail right now, instead of on a train.
Or 6 feet under. Ugh, I'm so bored. I see why no one else wants to ride this god-awful train. It's boring enough to drive anyone insane.
A ticket for this train costs 500 pies. And its stop? The witch's house in High Lion, where all roads lead to. You're magna cum laude at the School for Witches.
Whatever, I don't care about any of that. How did I become magna cum laude anyway? I even sneaked into the forbidden principal's office twice.
3 times.
And I looked through the forbidden books in the hidden library in the school basement.
I still remember that honored rabbit that was as big as a house.
Maybe? Usually don't talk about the carrot.
No wonder Will started crying.
How on earth did I manage magna cum laude?
I simply don't want to lose.
I'm not sure what that stands for. Where's the joke? Okay.
Cut it out and sit quietly. This is a train only for those who want to succeed. The witch's house might be dark and damp, but it's only 3 years of your life.
Fine, fine. Enough with the lecture. I thought of taking off my shoes when I get off the train alone was disturbing enough.
Shoes? For what?
Don't you know about the terrible city of rules that is High Lion? The first thing to do here is to take your shoes off as soon as you get off the train.
This is my first time hearing something like that.
I heard that Jenny's older sister was wearing tall lace-up boots when she first arrived in High Lion. So she almost couldn't get off because she was busy untying the boots.
That's strange.
It's true! Ask someone else if you don't believe me. Hungry and horny. All the cheese.
Which hole you put things into?
Hungry and horny. I mean, the similarities is that you both eat something. I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what the context of this is yet. Hello, Mr. Bartender.
Hey, you want a drink?
No, I don't drink alcohol. you have any tea?
Of course.
Then I'll have a cup of that.
The tea has alcohol, though. Is that okay?
But then that's just alcohol. Alcohol with tea.
Potato, potato.
And can I ask you a question instead of a drink?
Anytime.
From what I've heard, you have to take your shoes off before you step foot in the Hylian station. You work at the trade, so you know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, that story? Alright, I've seen plenty of confused passengers who were all dressed up for Hylian, only to find themselves in the wrong shoes. If you're wearing shoes of that sort, I'd advise you to untie them in advance. O ye who reacheth Hylian, look first upon thy shoes. Well, so that's how the saying goes.
See, Virgil? I was right.
You're not going to ask just one person, are you? Whatever research you do, one sample is never enough, you know. Not even the greatest detectives can reach the truth based on a single piece of evidence.
You have a point. Keyword. Is this an investigation game? They sell boots. Let's ask the others too.
If there's anyone else on this train, that is.
I should be on my way then.
Alright, have a fun trip.
Keywords is a feature for talking to villagers. You can use keywords to talk to villagers or ask them questions about specific themes. There are general keywords and special keywords. Keywords are permanent keywords that apply to all villagers. Special keywords are for certain occasions, such as quests, and are removed after a certain number of uses. Ah. I mean, it still might be. We just started. I think there's a lot in this game. Ooh, and the size of the carrot. Journal. Boots related people. I guess we're just trying to gather evidence. Talk to people, story progress. Okay. Nobody saw my pee in the glass? Why? No. Ordinary passenger. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I wanted to ask you about something. You're on the way to Hylian, right?
Correct. What's the matter?
Oh, it's just that you have a very rigid way of speaking.
Oh my. Old habits die hard, especially when one is in deep thought. Speak.
Oh, average, special. Oh.
You've been staring at my feet for a while. Is there some kind of problem?
It's a doggy. Eldritch Chaos Gremlin. It's okay, I was a squirrel last month for Squirrel Timber. So I completely understand. Look at that sexy dog boy. Also, already looking at those beans. Oh, I was going to ask anyway. Isn't it troublesome to wear such strappy boots?
It takes some time to put them on and take them off, but I'm used to it.
Gonna be hard for you when you arrive at Hylian.
What? What are you talking about?
I mean, you have to take your shoes off when you get off.
What?
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 Huh?
Oh, you were kidding. I'm sorry, I'm rather dull when it comes to things like this.
Jenny! Mr. Bartender!
At last, my mystery solved. Did I make some kind of mistake?
No. I just realized that I was deceived.
Come to think of it, I remember now. It's a joke to make fun of people who visit Hylian for the first time.
Stop. You don't have to kill me twice by giving me that much detail.
I'm sorry.
Are you holding back laughter?
You don't need to be too upset. When I went there for the first time in the past, I was also tricked by a colleague and took them off.
That doesn't comfort me at all.
I'm sorry. How do you feel?
I can't believe Jenny deceived me.
There's a reason why she's your friend. Now, go back to your seat quietly and wait until we've arrived. We still have 3 more days to go.
Ah, gross. Ellie spotted. Train crew. Up ahead is the engine room. It's gone. Chit chat. All talk is forbidden during operation. Oh. Great Main Railroads. Job is to ensure passengers' comfort and safety. Shop. The station until after they exit the train.
I'm not much of a talker. I don't have anything to say in particular.
Oh. You live in Hylian?
Correct. I own a flower shop there.
Oh.
Goodbye then.
Bye. Hot werewolves and thigh-high boots? I mean, when and why?
All right. Have some patience and stay seated.
Ugh. I'm bored.
But you just sat down.
This is torture. I should have torn up that stupid ticket right then and there. Check out this idiotic patterning. Looks like it has armpit feathers of a phoenix on it.
Although not from the armpit. It definitely has phoenix feather phoenix. It's to prevent people from counterfeiting such expensive tickets.
He's such a know-it-all. No one asked. If I should ask something, it would be about the mountain right outside there. It must be hiding a cave with a tiled chamber deep within. There'd be tall pillars, strange statues, and a giant door in front of which you'll find...
Sounds like the prologue to a story where you awaken a terrible demon.
Wait, hold on. Virgil, shut up and look out the window. The summit of the mountain.
It's a gigantic shining tree.
A gigantic shining tree. Why is it shining? Does it have luminous flowers? It must be beautiful up close.
Give it up. This train won't stop for 2 days.
Ugh, I want to get out now. I hope we crash.
I have a found chance of that happening. So just stay bored. After all, you signed up for 3 years of even more boredom.
Aren't there any crocodilians nearby?
Nope.
What about boa constrictors?
This isn't a jungle.
Train robbers?
This isn't the Wild West. It's a healing game, remember?
There's a tiny little witch. Not that small. Hey, a boa constrictor!
The correct line is, what's going on?
No station here. Why are we stopping?
I'm not sure. Maybe there's something wrong with the train. I doubt it's a boa constrictor, though.
I don't care if it's not a boa constrictor. Please just say there's some massively critical issue. Please, please. Please. Like this big. That's impossible. I can't be that big. How would I have tits this big then? I apologize for the inconvenience. Hold on a sec. Look, you could come be small with me. Meow. A critical issue, perhaps? Train cannot continue its journey due to a critical issue. Yes! Attention, the train will stop until tomorrow morning. The departure time. Can we go outside? It will likely be announced tomorrow. We will depart immediately if possible. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. In the meantime, please avoid wandering too far from the train. Let's go!
I'm not sure if you remember, but...
Of course I remember. The shining tree is at the peak.
No, not that. We have to get back by tomorrow morning.
Then we should get going. Arr. Okay. Wow, it's so dark.
If you're scared, we can go back to the train.
I love it! Let's hurry. Ooh. Tasks. Me and my Mimo board. How am I doing today? I'm okay. Why'd you decouple? Oh. What could the trouble possibly be? It's a hill.
It wouldn't be easy to climb.
Look over there. There are vines hanging on the hill. I would have climbed that much.
That's bad news.
Oh, we're in trouble. Secret passageway, Virgil.
I don't think it's a secret or a passageway.
I bet there's a path beyond here. 10% chance. What's this?
Looks like little honey pumpkin.
What's that?
It's a demon that grows in gardens. The vines grow so fast that you can never get rid of them by hand. To remove the vines, you must find and destroy the core hidden somewhere.
Find the core, we can remove the vines, right?
Or just be good and return to the train.
That can't happen. Let's go looking for the core. Must be nearby. It's dusty in here. Like I'm dusting. No!
As the core gives off light, when you touch the vines, you'll be able to find it.
Boop, boop. It's hard to remove it with just your hands.
Go back after a while.
What do I do?
You'll need the Weed Termination Potion and Quick Action.
Weed termination potion. What's that mean? Weed termination potion. No potion. Why? Why not? Yeah! Yeah! What's over there? Got it. Here we go. It's so cute. Let's try. Great, it's finally time to explore. Hey! Oh no!
Please don't use that word, explore. That word gives me anxiety thanks to your mother.
Printing. Yay! Stick. Oh. Wow, what's this?
Something you've seen before.
Me? I don't remember it at all.
Either way, it's not needed now, so don't worry about it. You only need to know if you are moving here.
And maybe I should move here.
Let's think about it after you finish your apprenticeship in Hylian and graduate from the witch school.
If I'm still alive by then and not bored to death, that is. After workplace accident. What? Which flower? What is that? Can I eat it? Shake. Oh. Giant branch. Okay, so we got an inventory. It's a bean. I can't grab it. Why is my health going down? Is that my energy? Yes. Like my action points. Do not eat. Why?
Why not? Just not.
Ding ding. What'd it do? Very pretty in here. Let me know if the audio is too quiet, by the way. It is just a bit of a quiet game, I think. Oh. Apple. Wah. Which flower? Oh. Forest waterfall. This is kind of what I do when I go out to do my potions as well. Finding ingredients. If it's too dangerous, I have Riley do it. A mountain!
You're yelling because you hate it, right? I always hated mountains. My leather gets worn out from all the wind.
Had its own voice acting. I didn't realize it was you. No, it's just me. I'm doing all the voices. Rock. Rock. Is that a bug? A butterfly! That's like me. Well, how do you know if it's a butterfly? You really don't. It is pretty cute. Lime. Maple herb. Dangle mango. I don't know if it's a butterfly. It could be a moth. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Thank you. Not worry about it. Hey, glow key. Why are there so many things blocking the path?
This must be a forest with many secrets.
What's this?
It's like a barrier made with a witch sigil.
Witch sigil? Is there a witch here?
There was, or... Do you remember how it works?
Google hammered it in my head. Shouldn't be an issue as long as it's drawn well. Ugh. Oh. I thought it was a physical key. Looks kind of icky. No potion. How do I craft? Moth craft. Oh. If you need the recipe. Yeah, I don't know how to make them yet. What are... It's a moth. I'm just gonna say it's a moth and move on. Ow. Gotta be careful when you eat fruits in the wild. Oh. Look at all those moths. Wow, it's the shining tree. The same one we saw from the train.
This is a bitter grape tea tree. I don't think the tree is the one that's shining.
Check this out, Virgil. There are a ton of butterflies on it. It is butterflies. Heck you, why not moths? Dude, moths are way better at being witches' friends than butterflies. Movie night. Bye-bye, Dragon J. Bye-bye. Butterflies. Yeah, we're fucking robbed. It's not moths. Why is it always butterflies? You're right, the butterflies seem to be glowing.
These are blue moon butterflies.
What the fuck? They're even blue moon. That's like a Riley thing.
Blue moon butterflies. It gave off a subtle moonlight.
Robbing the witch of her moth, what the fuck?
Light from these butterflies has the same power as actual moonlight. That's why strange things always happen in their habitat. They change the environment.
Aren't they beautiful? A giant tea tree with butterflies glowing with the moonlight.
Not just beautiful. It can be called an amazing sight to behold.
Is this a pretty magnificent discovery?
Actually, those two life forms are not rare themselves.
What? You mean although the sight is stunning, it's not special?
The fact those two are together is the amazing part.
What about those two being together?
They're usually raised together, artificially to get moonflower and Mercury and Ortu. But it's uncommon for them to be together, naturally, like this.
Anyway, we did find something, right?
I guess so.
I'll have to write a letter to the school. Let's look around a bit more. Pull up the encyclopedia and all that, right?
Don't be late. Must return to the train by tomorrow morning.
Okay. Let's go back the way we came up. There might be other strange things. I love strange things. It's been 10 the whole time. I don't think I'll get a wink of sleep on the train. I wonder if there's anywhere I can sleep for tonight.
What about the ground? Dirt and rocks should make for a nice bed.
That's not funny, Virgil. As a talking hat. Yeah, it's silly. Look, this place is also inhabited by the blue moon butterfly we saw at the peak.
Might as well collect some for study purposes.
Yay! You think I could just sneak up and grab it?
Wait, don't you remember what Mr. Gravier said?
That lives under the bed?
No, not that.
Draw it before you touch it?
Exactly.
So use the quill to draw it in the encyclopedia. Okay. Tool selector. Pen. Oh. Blue moon butterfly. Once the subject has been drawn with the quill, it cannot be drawn again. Put on before you can use the quill on something of this type again. Why? Oh. Drawing life forms with the quill in the encyclopedia unlocks information about them. Same type of plant or animal multiple times, additional information will be unlocked. Habitat, time of appearance, etc. Tools used for collecting. Possible collected items. How to make collecting easier. Receive rewards by pulling off different actions. Okay. Great! It's registered in the encyclopedia.
Seems like you can't catch it right now. You know why?
How would I know?
You might not know, but the encyclopedia does. Take a closer look at the encyclopedia.
Let's see. I like her glasses. Now,
How do you see why you can't catch any?
Tool. They can collect them using a bug net. I don't have one right now, though.
Not much you can do then.
But I want to do it right now.
Getting to the witch's house in Hylian is more important.
Let's go back down now. Gotta be something else that's fun. Butterfly. We'll never catch it ever again. Yeah. Butterfly. Yeah, time isn't moving right now. Oh. Oh. Grab. So I can can draw a bunch of this stuff. Oh, I wanted to draw it. How was I able to do that before? Which isn't- it's not dry yet. Oh, okay. If you say so. Oh! Bonk. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. I really appreciate it. How are you? Thank you. Yippee! This is a rock. Ta-da! Jake. Oh. Little floaty friend. Weird. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Where's Plateau? Here's the map. Why can't I draw that one? I can pick it up though. Ow. Go over here. This is pretty cute. Wow. I have to draw you. Ooh. What's this thing? Pretty. Hmm. Butterfly. So cute. Pretty, you're pretty. You're pretty. Treasure. Oh. Old coin pouch. Delicious green tea. Oh. There's this chance of rare, ordinary collected items. Maybe I should... I could imagine that I have some kind of book similar to this. We keep notes on like where stuff grows or where little bugs spawn maybe. Or or live. Not a video game, this is real life, dang it. Squeaky toy time. Why? Great squeak in it. I don't have the right chalk. Oh, I have to draw my own, I guess. Hmm. Is the game too dark for you guys? Pixel perfect. Etc. Oh. Here we go. Shake. Hmm. Butterflies! What? I just tipped 20. Ellie, thank you. You didn't have to do that. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. You're pretty. Oh. Thank you. This is proof. Oh, wow.
Ellie, let's go back to the train.
Look at that, Virgil. A shining white cat? I've never seen anything like that before.
Ellie, we have to...
Let's go after that creature. Oh. I want the creature. Yeah, thank you so much. Man, I really appreciate any donations because streaming is my only source of income right now. And I'm going on a trip to Seattle at the end of the month, so I'm going to need some money for food and probably travel or whatever souvenirs I want to get while I'm there. As well as most likely some food at the airport. So I really appreciate it. I was considering doing like a donathon week, but I'm just I'm so tired. I don't have the energy. Kitty! I want to draw the kitty. You're so sweet. You've been so sweet to me, Ellie. I really appreciate you. Ow. Kitty, no! Oh, no more kitty. Ow. Yeah, of course. What's this? I think the cat dropped something. What is it?
Looks like a witch chalk.
The thing you used to draw sigils? It looks a little different from the one we were using at school.
It's just a different packaging.
Too dark and worn down for me to see anything. I don't see any words, only pictures.
Let's come back when it's brighter.
This witch sigil seems to have been erased a bit.
It won't work if it gets erased like this. You can draw the sigils again using the same colored witch chalk.
Since I have the one I picked up earlier, let's draw it again with that. Did I redraw the witch's sigil? Yeah. Alright, redrawn the witch's sigil. Oh, I don't have to do a minigame for it? I kind of was hoping I needed to do a minigame or something. Maybe I'd like trace it. Hanging out with you, sweet and cute. Ah. Huh? Where did the cat go? Look, Virgil! There's a house!
That's a witch's house, isn't it? It looks pretty old.
I guess we can talk to the Master Witch here and stay here for a while.
Doesn't look like there are people inside.
If there's no one, we might stay for a while. Isn't it natural for an apprentice witch to stay at a witch's house?
That's true, but...
Don't care, didn't ask. Anyone there? Hello? Seems like nobody's here.
Witch's house may have been abandoned. After all, even the witch's administration can miss out on such things.
Alright, let's go inside. The lights are on. Oh,
It really is an abandoned witch house.
taking that into consideration, it looks okay. Although it's not that clean.
Since the witch's house is managed on her own, it doesn't seem to be in very good condition considering how dirty it is.
The bed looks quite comfortable, right? I guess I could just sleep here.
Well, since the witch's house is a public institution, it's okay to sleep here one night or so.
And it's better than sleeping outside. Collecting uses energy. Cover energy spent by eating or sleeping. Oh, the house is a bit messy.
We'll just stay for a day. Who cares?
Sleep. Good night, everybody. Oh. I think this game just fully came out recently.
What's with that face? You slept on a nice fluffy bed.
Yes, but I dreamt that I was sleeping on the train.
All that effort not to sleep on the train, only to dream of just that. You should have just slept on the train.
No, that's not it. I slept very well, actually. I can almost hear the sound of the train, though.
Wait, isn't that indeed the sound of the train?
What? Really? Is it departing already? Let's go have a look. It really is the sound of the train whistle.
I think it's about to leave. Let's hurry back.
Woke up just in time. Glad I didn't sleep in. What? Don't leave without us. No. I think this is the right way. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if there's combat in this game. I wouldn't. Oh. Huh? Where's the train?
Looks like that bird was imitating train whistle sounds.
But where's the train?
Gone to Hylian, of course.
And what do we do now?
Let's look around the area. We may find some clues.
Why are you so calm?
I've been through so much worse with your mom.
Parkour button to travel faster. Cool. What are you beeping about? What on earth is that thing? Wave dash to the station.
Oh, the Gaga bird. They say it's a bit insane.
Quiet. I don't need this information now.
It's your fault for oversleeping. Don't blame the Gaga bird.
Fine, whatever. Just be quiet. Shut up. A letter.
How nice of them to leave a letter behind.
Let's see. I think it's from the bartender on the train. You're probably shocked to see that the train is gone. I heard that a witch who arrived in the middle of the night got rid of the prickly vines in no time. Unfortunately, the train couldn't wait any longer and had to leave right away. Ooh. Yay, Dread.
Train will come back. It's a village nearby where I used to live.
You can spend some time there. There should be a sign in the forest. Follow it and find the village. When you arrive at the village, please send a knight and Arden my regards. Bartender. He says there's a village, Virgil.
Are we even a little obsessed that we missed the train, Ellie?
There's a village nearby.
But we didn't see one yesterday.
It's probably too dark to see. Let's look for it again. If there's a sign as well.
How about cleaning the witch's house? We might have to stay there until we find the village.
Okay.
Please try not to sound so excited. You missed the train, remember?
Okay.
You heard me, right?
Well then, I might as well add more to the encyclopedia now. Joke emote I made. Let me see. Oh, the little goober. Here, let me pull something up real quick. Just for you, Dread. I like that you're looking at the pancake. Let's just look at Dread for a moment. She's got that long mothy tongue like I do. He's so cute. Just little babies. Put them in the corner. Perfect. Failed to record 3 new targets. In the witch's house. Moth and pancakes for breakfast. Man, what does Silky show up as soon as there's moth pancakes? Excellent. Pancake mix. Yeah, go get yourself some yummy. They're just hanging out down there eating their pancakes. Leave them alone. Hello? Obamna? Okay. This protagonist is Ellie is very silly. I think that's her name. I forgot already. There's a bunny. Look how squishy it is. Bunny, so squishy. The squishy tub. Oh, just like Slime Rancher. Squishy tub fur. Such a floopa. Hi. Collect squishy tubs. Oh. Baby. Oh, I'm squishing him. Yay. Sure. Oh, we're going back into the little burrow. Bye. They're so cute. Cute little flower. Silver bell. Silver star bell. Also produces a mellow sound like that of a bell. The echoes of the flower evoke a melancholy feeling from within. Buds bloom only at night while emitting light. Pollen in the buds. When the flowers must be collected. People herb. Oh. Herb in the clouds. 2 within 10 seconds. Wow. Lost carrot. Witch flower. Any time of the day. Howls to me across the store and I always howl back. Yay, that's cute. Oh, here's the potion recipe. Squishy tub fur and witch flower. I could make that. Well, I need something to make it in. Autocraft. Handsome reward. Be sure to define stubborn weed in your head when brewing, or risk removing all the tasteless veggies as well. That'd be a disaster. First lifting candy. Yummy. A bush bug. Bushy tub fur. This is so cute. Oh. The prologue. Content unlocks. Okay. They'll probably want me to do that. To get rid of those. My friend. Squish. No, let me grab you. No. Hop off now. See you, Raboob, Sashiko. I'll see you later. Thank you for hanging out. I can appreciate you. Bye. To the east of here.
I guess people do live around here.
Alright, let's head east.
It seems to be blocked by something over there.
That's true. It's little honey pumpkin.
Let's go take a look.
Oh. Not a different one, is it? Looks a little different. Unique objects with a quill. Oh. No, I want to draw it. Yeah, so I think it's a little bit of a different color than those ones. Cool. draw it again. Bye-bye, Ellie. Yay! Ugh. Oh, looked a rare creature for the first time. What do you mean a rare creature? What are you talking about? Yeah, that's probably what they want me to do. I'm just fluffing about right now. Oh, yeah, I can just do that. Stick. Bug. Stick bug. Squishy Chubs. Search task. I'll get there. What is that? Cannot poke it. Wah! That crab from the mean. Oh, I don't know if I know that one. It's too much. It'll take forever to pull all this out using hands.
Take a look at that bin over there. It might contain a potion to get rid of weed.
Where? Nothing here.
We'll have to use another tool.
Is there another tool?
Yes, there's a wonderful tool.
What's that?
Your hands.
Ah. Yep. Hi, Blake. Hello. Huh. Guess we'll just have to pull weed. Surprising it's not using any of my stamina. Alright, I think that was all of it.
It's clean now. Good. Now it's time to tidy up the house.
Ah, right.
Look, Ellie, it's a quest mark.
What? All I see is dust and cobwebs that we have to clean up.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Let's find something useful while cleaning.
This house is such a mess.
Reminds me of your room.
My room is cleaner than this.
You're right if it's the dust that you're talking about.
I wonder where the previous witch has gone.
You probably left a long time ago. You can be living well somewhere in Lucre Nature.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's a witch bookshelf.
Technically, it's a bookshelf that a witch once used.
Adi, yay! Ba, 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 ba. Adi raid, yay! Hi, gorgeous girl. Hello, Adi friends. Welcome in, everybody. For those who don't know me, I'm Robin Sashiko, the traveling alchemist who's here to make your day just a little bit more magical. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer and aspiring voice actress. I'm currently playing Little Witch in the Woods for the first time. It's still pretty early. I think it's like a really comfy little like pixely witch game. It's been really neat so far. And this is kind of cozy. But if you need to go do some after stream care, please go take care of yourself. Go get a snack or get some treats. Or take a nap, whatever you gotta do. If not, hang out here with me for a little while. How was your little video game? What was it you were playing? Ao Oni. You said it was kind of jump scary. How was it? Did you get spooked a lot? Did you win? Let me know. Jump scary, spooky, a little silly. Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate you. Bit more than aspiring voice actress, considering that you're doing it at the moment. I mean, I guess. Just a little bit. Alright, yeah, I am doing a little bit of voice acting for this game. As we go, and just... So I think the story so far is that we were gonna go to, like, a witchy witch school. We were on a train, but our little protagonist Ellie here is very, like, ADHD mode. Like, oh, I wanna go... This is boring, I'm gonna go do stuff. Awesome, VA. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Odyssey is like the best. I look up to her quite a lot in terms of like just a person. She's so talented. She's so pretty. She's trans goals. She's so sweet to hang out with and just heckin' so lovely. I actually started getting back into making music today, and the first person I think about is Odyssey. Because it's like, should I send this to Odyssey? Maybe she'd like it. I want to hear it. I can send it to you a little later. The only problem I'm having with it is because I don't have a license for FL Studio. I'm using the free version, so I can't save my progress, and it's pissing me off. I was hoping if I can get somebody or get some donations to fund myself to get a FL Studio. No, I can't. I don't know if I can export the MIDI. I can't export the project. Well, I can export it as like a WAV file or an MP3, but I can't save the project. Like if I wanted to go back and edit it later or like add stuff to it, I wouldn't be able to if I closed the program. So FL Studio is actually still open in the background right now. It's like $100 for a license. I was gonna see if I can have some friends maybe help fund it for me, because I actually think I made a pretty good song today and I don't want to get rid of it. So I'm like, fuck, man. I'll send you what I've done so far today, Audie. Need to hop out. Oddities. Odd titties. Port Robin's everything. Yay! Yeah, if you guys want, here's my Discord, my socials, and I have a merch page which includes keychains, standees, 3D Booba mouse pads, and Dakimakuras. I guess more singular, but you know what I mean. Get yourself a treat. Much love, Adi. I love you. Here. Thank you, my dear. You're so sweet. Okay. Kind of warm in here. I have my hoodie on. I'm gonna take it off. And my little lavender I like to wear. That's same as a witch. That's same as a witch bookshelf. I'm going to read a book though. I'm tired of books.
Even a poisonous mushroom is better than a witch who doesn't read books.
What does that mean?
Because a poisonous mushroom kills just one person.
Stop nagging. I read enough books at school. 12 plants that changed the history of witches. One witch plant encyclopedia. Hi, Yami. And who else? Sorry, I didn't see all the beans that came in. Pipescotch. Oh. Ronachiro. I get hiccups. Layton's here. Aphrodite. The summer. Hello, hello. You're looking awesome. By the way, I hope I can check how old I am. 2 years. What? What do you mean? I haven't seen you here in like... I don't remember. I can't remember. By the way, because Twitch doesn't count lurkers anymore, I have a redeem for 1 channel point to check in. So if anyone feels like doing that, that would be appreciated. I haven't seen you in a long time. I was Rarely Katagami before. I was the White and Blue Deer Kitty, and then I rebranded last year. I've been Robin for about over a year now. Fun Witch Plant Encyclopedia, Dream Plants for Witch Garden. There's so many books on plants.
I guess the previous resident was a witch who studied plants.
I should store any books I get in here. It was off topic. Yeah. Yeah, so it's you. Yeah. Here, let me pop her up here real quick. I did this just like yesterday as well. Let me pull out Riley. That was me. Hold on. Let me just zoop. Hi. Hi. One at a time. One at a time. Blue da ba dee da ba da baby. We'll just do this for a little bit. Don't mind me. Isn't it too squeaky?
Did you gain weight?
Hey, that's not it. Wow. Moongeist, Tsukihara, and I'm eternally Aries. I'm not really good with names. I'm not too sure, but I appreciate you still being here. Thank you. Here, I just wanted to show off Dear Kitty real quick. Hi! And we back. Oh, it's a notebook.
Might be useful later.
All done cleaning.
That's also must in front of the desk over there, Ellie, in case you didn't notice.
Stop bossing me around like a professor. I finally managed to get out of school. Some dust over there, Ellie. Don't leave food behind, Ellie. I told you not to go inside the principal's office, Ellie.
You should have listened.
Oh, this is a witch elevator.
That's why you should listen to your professors.
Let's hurry up and go down.
There's a scary monster.
You think so? Oh, I'm so excited. What? Workplace. What makes this an elevator? Is it just like a book elevator? Yay! Thank you for belly rubs. Oh. Yo, look at this! Ooh. Wow, look at this, Virgil.
This looks like the dispensary. You can make potions here as long as you've got the proper tools. But it needs some cleaning first.
Wow, cleaning again. She hates it. Squishy chub fur. Yay! Oh, it's extract. I need to make extracts? What's that? I know what this is. It's an extractor. We used it so many times at school. Oh, it's a slightly smaller one though.
It would be hard to use. Look at the glass bottle underneath.
Oh, that's true. It's broken. Water potion. I do a little sipping. I almost imagined having something like this underneath my caravan. But I don't think it would work unless it was kind of like a magical little pocket dimension of some kind like that, or it's just like a little elevator. I'll need to get a glass bottle first in order to use this.
We need to at least fix the extractor in order to make potions.
Alright, let's go to the village first. Let's look for one. I need a bottle. Oh. Wow, this pot looks pretty good.
I think it was made by the Blue Thunder Workshop. It has a very classic design.
I've only ever used the cheap pots at school. Finally get to use a good one.
Do you remember how to use one?
Of course! Use processed ingredients, heat them precisely, and stir them in the right direction.
And at last?
At last, you'll end up with a proper potion. Yeah! Required ingredients, fire setting, ladle direction. I think this is pretty cool. I hope this is like intuitive. I actually like the way Miss Olivia speaks. Still, the cauldron looks fine. You'll be able to make a potion if you have the ingredients.
Processing tools are in bad condition, though.
If there are some discarded ingredients, let's make the potion we need. Need using them for now. Okay. Ow. This box looks pretty useful. can put stuff in here when my pockets are full. Yes. Coin pouch. Branch. Meow. 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 Bushy chub fur. Bush bug extract. A potion ingredient, isn't it?
We've used them in school countless of times.
Are witches usually this sloppy?
Sloppy or not, they're careful with their ingredients.
I guess the witch that lived here was pretty sloppy.
Well, she left in a hurry.
Why?
Beats me.
The bottle, scribbled paper, and bottle. The bottle, scribbled paper, and a book. What a mess.
Just brush off the dust.
Just brushing off the dust might take a lifetime. What's this? Moon oil. Looks like a recipe for a potion. Judging from the mark, this should be a limited recipe. Limited recipes are also disposable.
I guess it was used by the witch who was here.
It reads, a potion with the power of moon. Ingredients are moonflower and phoenix feather.
They're all very expensive.
Maybe said someday. Let's have it ready for now. Yep, alright.
Also something underneath.
Where? Oh, you're right. I don't know what kind of text this is.
You learned it at school. It's the ancient wish language.
You mean I learned how to read these strange symbols?
Your score wasn't bad either.
I don't remember anything. Anyway, let's have a look first. Looks like a recipe. Seems like moon's something. I have no idea. I got a headache.
Take a look if you remember later.
Ugh. Oil up your moon. I mean, some people like having an oily moon. Alien language a while ago, but I can't remember. Yeah, I should put it away and revisit it later. Desk would be nice to use as a workbench later. No use for it now, though. You life form information. Yep. Cool. What's that? A roaster? Ugh, I hate this thing. You put in the collected items. It's a long and anxious wait.
It's quite convenient as long as you remember to toss the collected items in beforehand. But it seems to be in bad condition.
Really? Yeah. There's no handle for winding the spring. Where would I get a roaster handle?
It's okay. The roaster is not needed for the basic recipes. You may find something in the village.
Yeah, let's go. Everything here is broken.
Can't expect to find things intact in a place so dirty and messy. Still, the cauldron is fine.
Yay, all done cleaning. Can make potions now.
Can process properly with the broken tools.
I'm left their ingredients on the floor. Let's try making with them for now. There was little honey pumpkin in front of the village. Stubborn weed externization potion should do it, right?
The weed terminator potion.
Anyway, let's get started.
Check the recipe in the encyclopedia. You can probably use the ingredients you were lucky enough to find.
Ha! Workshop, craft potions you need. Check its recipe in the encyclopedia. Use the required ingredients. Adjust the fire setting. Stir with the ladle. Quality of the potion you're crafting. If you don't follow the instructions, the bar will shorten. Bar disappears, the crafting fails. The longer the remaining bar when you finish crafting, the higher your score. Recipe of the potion currently being crafted. All phases of the recipe without failing and the crafting will be successful. I'm not very good at reading. I also read it a bit fast. Adjust the heat intensity as required. You just need to follow the recipe's instructions of the current phase and meet the heat intensity and duration requirements. Middle direction. Need to follow instruction. Alright, let's do it. Yeah! I'm so short. Need Terminator potion. Manual craft. Will it pull up everything I need to know, or should I do that now? 4, and then counterclockwise. Yeah. Oh. There we go. It was a little confusing. Squishy tub. That? Ladle direction. Ah. Is that not what I'm doing? Stirring it. Oh. I'm gonna go cuddle up. The night dread. Failed the potion brewing. No! What the fuck? I'm gonna try it again. Wasn't I stirring it the right way? You. I thought I had another wish flower. Maybe not. There we go. Boom. Yay! Perfect. Crafting score 98. Incredible. Yay! Awesome! The stubborn weed externalization potion is complete.
Extermination, not externization.
Anyway, it's ready. Let's go throw it at the little honey pumpkin.
Must use it carefully, since there are no more ingredients.
Okay, don't worry.
Roll out the little honey pumpkin, find the vine core and remove it. Great Terminator potion is just a temporary measure.
I got it. Yay! Ah, so good at video games. I'm so good at making potions. Maybe I am a witch. I don't have a hat though. Normally. I just got this hat for October month. Hi. Ugh, I'm sleepy. I'll save and load from the cabinet. Oh, good. What should I do? Yay! What a cute little game this is. I can take naps. Not take naps at night. You're gonna take 1 nap per day. Oh, okay. Take a little nap. 2-hour nap? Ah, much better. It's over here. Oh, blocked. That's what. Game is so cute. Bunnies. Hey, little fella. Nope, you're mine. You're my little friend. I'm taking your fur. Squish! Before they escape to their burrow. Yay! Bye! It's so squishy! Ah. Alright. In selection UI, left trigger to aim. There it goes! Good, I think it's working properly.
Let's pass by quickly and find the core in the meantime.
Killing you. Gah. Yeah. Icky plants. Thank you for the belly rubs. Yay. Huh? This isn't a village.
Look over there, Ellie. It's a prickly vine this time. But huge and thick.
Oh no. What do I do with the extractor?
First, take a look around it.
I'm surprised you didn't notice the person first. Wisteria. The village is just ahead. Hello. Do you live in the village? Oh wow, what a lovely view. What? Aren't these trees beautiful? The green leaves are so pretty in the sun. Oh, sure. It's just so breathtaking. You must love nature a lot.
I suppose no one dislikes nature, since it's so charming.
Okay. I'll be back.
Walk under the vast sky and feel charm of nature.
I was an enthusiastic fan of nature.
So enthusiastic that you can't have a proper conversation with her.
Did you respect her interests?
I think it's more of an obsession. Something didn't feel right about her.
You think she's cursed or something? A curse that makes her praise nature all the time?
A curse by a nature lover? Well, maybe. Maybe witches are quirky after all.
A curse lifting candy that can lift the curse could be among the basic recipes. Oh, but we can't use the processing tool now. Must process with what's already been collected to make candy. What should I do?
Picked up several ingredients at the workplace earlier, didn't you? Those would be enough to make curse lifting candy. Did you see the thing besides them?
Besides them? What?
The glass bottle that would be perfect as a glass extracting bottle.
Where? There really is! Alright, let's make a curse lifting candy to lift the curse.
And receive that glass bottle as a reward.
That would be nice. First, let's check the candy that I can... The curse in the encyclopedia. Europe, I remember saying it. We can make potions and candy. I should make candy more often. I gotta make candy. I did have the idea of, like, making candy. Like, doing a candy making stream. Like a candy cooking stream, I should say. Or whatever you want to call it. Not a bad idea. Just so very lucky that we have the ingredients that we need. Wow, it's really big.
Too big for the weed terminator potion, I think.
We need another solution.
Stay at the witch's house for a while.
Yeah. We'll go make that funny potion. We'll record 3 new targets of the encyclopedia. Yerp. Collect squishy tubs. I love them, they're my friends. Ooh, a chest. Oh. Beef stew. Ooh, yummy! That sounds pretty good. A little beef stew, innit? No more bunnies. Where could we explore? Jake. I have to draw you. Why not? Why can I not draw you? Which flower? Bunnies. You think they'll like me? Can I keep them as a pet? And pet them? Getting you. Getting you. Come here. You're so cute. You for your fur. Not that you really allowed me, but I did it anyway. Whoa. I was fatigued randomly. What do you mean randomly? Ow. Food will come in handy for exploring. Bird? Ow! What the frick? Oh. Interesting. Looks like the birds have different, like, times that they sprout. Select using the appropriate potion. Select bird with potion? Why? Why would I do that? We'll never know. Maybe I can mine that later. Mind your own business. Bird. I don't know if I can sneak up on them. Bird? Ah! Always with the birds, isn't it? I wanna grab it. Grab bird. What the heck? New targets in the encyclopedia. Ugh. Ow. Delicious fruits. They look pretty yummy. Go back to the witch's place. Our little house. House away from home. Hold on, let me yeah, it was over this way. Which is a little confusing. Hi! Make a candy. First lifting candy. Hot durability. Meal craft. Yosh! Taking quick break to eat. How is it? Bush bug extract. And squishy chub fur. Oh. Yes, why? Oh, did it get stuck? Oh. Aw? I wonder. Yay! That's weak curses. Oh, it's a weak curse. I was like, that's pretty OP if it's a curse lifting candy. Come hang out. I'm seeing if Tippy wants to come join. Bunny! Stealing your fur. What's that? Whoa. Bush creature. Tibby's not feeling too great. Oh. Are these dangerous? Oh.
Why? Don't mind me. Why would you put me in a jar? Coffee. Why? What do you mean deserved? What are you doing? No. Here you go. Would you like to try this? May the blessings of nature be with you. Hello? Yes, hello. Am I speaking properly now? Yeah, I think so. Why are you drowning me in coffee? Dude, this sucks. I don't even like coffee. Oh. Wow, thank you so much. The hell with nature. I guess it really was a curse. I met an old
Man in the jungle west of here was apparently suspicious.
No. Gotta move out of the way. No.
I simply couldn't ignore such a well-made wooden statue of a monkey. After I bought it, I could only talk about praising nature. I tried to speak sarcastically, or right, but it all came out with praises for nature. Your torture. I hope nature just rots and dies.
Still, I'm glad the curse was easily removed.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Aria. How long has it been since I said my name?
My name is Ellie.
I'm an apprentice witch. Oh, did you come to this village to be an apprentice?
I was on a train, but I got off for a moment and it left without me.
Oh dear.
I wanted to enter the village, but it was blocked off by some prickly vines.
Oh, damn nature.
Thankfully, we found an empty witch's house nearby. I've been staying there.
An empty... Oh yes, there's a witch's house here. That's good. I have business in the village too. The vine stopped me. Nature be damned. I'll be here for a while, so let me know if you need anything.
Oh, then, can I ask for a favor?
Not a favor, but a fair price. What do you need?
The tools were broken when I was trying to use the dispensary at the witch's house. Do you have any tools or parts?
What kind of tools or pots do you need?
I need a glass bottle for the extractor, and a roaster handle for winding the roaster.
Wait a minute. I'll look for them.
Sure.
But, Ellie, do you have any money?
I do. Mom gave me some pocket money when I came out.
You think you'll be able to buy witch tools just with enough pocket money to buy a snack or two?
Is that so? What if I don't have enough money?
You have tools. They can sell potions or something. You can also sell candies now.
Only if there were people to buy them.
I'm back. Here you are.
Yay! How much is this?
Oh, never mind. This is a return for breaking my curse.
Oh, wow, thank God.
Unfortunately, I don't have any roaster handles. Don't have any roaster handle for the roaster.
I see.
Will you be staying at the village? If so, I'll bring it next time. I'll charge you for it then, however.
Good. Please bring it then.
Okay, I'll write roaster handle in the memo. Oh, and take this too. The worth of the bottle earlier wasn't enough. I'll give this to you as well.
What's this?
An atlas, including maps of the surroundings. But it's not complete. Find time to fill in the missing part.
And somewhere in the region to draw a map.
Including maps for the surroundings. You can check them out later.
I almost got lost. Thank you.
To repay the medicine fee you gave me. No need to thank me.
Oh, healing candy.
This is a bonus. Now you can thank me.
Alright, thank you.
Sure. Looking forward to your next visit.
We're finally able to fix the extractor.
But are you really going to stay in this village?
I should until the train comes.
Really?
I have no choice.
No, I mean, are you really going to leave when the train comes?
Well, I'll decide when it does come. Let's just fix that extractor first. Yay! Map!
All those doors. There are open doors and closed doors. Change doorway signs.
Okay. Hey! At least it's yummy, creamy milk. Arr. I need another one of those, weed killer potions. Pizza. Yep. Nope. Not this time. Thank you, Nova. Like it creamy. There's like some cream in your coffee. Darn it. Yeah, it's like zoop. Nope. Sorry. Sorry.
You can finally make potions properly.
Nope. Yay.
Go to the village? And prickly vines then.
That's true, but impossible to get rid of that huge thing with the recipe I have now. Basic recipe does seem kind of inadequate. What's your plan?
Now that the extractor has been fixed, you'll be able to make potions from the basic recipes.
God, stop.
We terminate a potion. Get rid of the little honey pumpkin. Little more.
For us. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Ugh. Oh, it's like a juicer. Ew. Let's do it.
What the?
Weird. Okay. It's like little things to stop me. That's cool. I enjoy when games aren't like that simple. Oh, it's bubbling over too much. Oh, okay. You can't just like do it. If something happens, you gotta fix it. That's cool. Okay. Yay! The potion sucked. Yeah, it's not like other little mini games where you do stuff where it's like you just do the thing and then you just do what you're instructed. But there's usually not too many like modifiers that get in your way. That's fun. I'll make another one too. Ugh, it's so squishy. Do another one. I'll grab two. Buggies. Not as much music in this game as I'd like. Can't type good because my legs are up. Okay. Hair's too fuzzy. Squat, seriously. Let me make this potion first. Arrow! Hi, cutie. Cutie bunny. Oh, sorry, Robin. I know you're not. Let's go somewhere with music. Bing. Not sleepy yet. I'll do squats real quick. I don't like doing stuff in the silent. I usually do squats away from the camera so it doesn't look. $15. Might be a couch potato. Yeah. You're right. Doesn't suck any less though. A crow? Witch! It spoke.
It's a witch's crow.
Oh, it's a witch's crow. The witch returns! The witch returns! This is my first time coming here, though. The witch returns! Not exactly a listener, is he? Goods and services! Ah! Goods and services! Witch's catalog! The witch's catalog! I always wanted to try it out.
You need to head towards Hylian, young lady.
But I can't just starve until I reach the village. After I find the village, I'll be staying there for a while before I go to the Hylian. For a time only. Registers now for a gift. Try the witch's catalog. Try the witch's catalog. They're hanging out gifts. Plus it's limited time. Ah, gift.
Multi-purpose glue. Kitchen accessories. A spork.
In any case, I need the witch's catalog.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to stay here for a while. You can buy ingredients or potion recipes from them.
Alright, let's register.
Thank you! Thank you, visit employee! Visit employee! Visit employee!
When?
Work finished! Work finished! Close for the day! Close for the day!
Oh. So suddenly.
Not easy getting the message across to Witch's Crows.
Then I guess I should keep searching for the village.
You never know when the Witch's catalog will show up. Let's stick to the plan to find the village.
Lizzie, read your letters in the letterbox. Ooh. No gifts. Mango. Ow. When do I become tired? Fishy tubs. Research task. I don't know what that means. Pumpkin terrier. Oh. Hearts among pumpkin vines with highly regenerative capacity. Collect before it runs away. Yeah. Bush bug. Daisy bush moving. Try to give it a good shake. Might get difficult to gather when spotted. For they escape into their burrow. I'm working on it. Oh, jingle jingle, jingle jingle. Oh, I got it! Yay! Oh, I'm getting really low on stamina here. There was a spot over here, I think. Opening the bud with body slams. Bah! Not draw it again. You walk so silly. I'm just like out of energy. I wanna go bed. Oh. Oh. Open. Sleep time. Yay! It's so cute. Do a little save. Mail. Rules for Witches. Encyclopedia for 10% completion. Initial achievements on Green Forest study of life forms with your remarkable spirit of inquiry. Muscular cupcake. Oh. Is it yummy? I hope so. Bunnies. Come here, you. You're my friend. The squishiest. Hey, stop it. So mean to Moth. What's that other one? You. Bug? Raw bug. Thank you for the healing potion. All better. I think it was around here. Marshall, look at that! Wasn't that big a while ago? Must be an adult honey pumpkin.
Gotta get rid of it before it grows any more.
What? I'm not even a gardener. Why?
I haven't been to the place behind it. And to go there, we must get rid of it.
Oh, I guess it can't be helped if we go to new places. It's simple. I got this. See, I already came prepared. Ready, go. Boop, 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 boop. Let me in. But now this is much easy. This much is easy. Add recipes, the favorites for quick access. Ugh. Where's to adjust the target quantity? Remember to turn blue once all materials are gathered. Let's go. Oh no! Little creature is stuck in there. Oh. There's a little fox in a cobweb. Wow, Virgil, there's someone stuck in the spider web. I think he's lost consciousness.
Is he even alive?
I don't know. Ah! Oh, he woke up. Oh, I'm Ellie, an apprentice witch. A witch? Wow, this is my first time seeing an apprentice witch. My first time seeing a person caught in a spider web. My name is Rubrum. I live in the village with Granny. And now I'm stuck in a big spider web.
It doesn't seem to understand the gravity of his situation. Big spider web means there's a big spider nearby.
You be quiet. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I'll help you down.
You have to be careful when dealing with spider webs, Ellie. It looks pretty strong. One wrong move and you'll get stuck in it yourself.
Then what do I do?
Maple herb works best against insects. Just one maple herb should be enough.
If it is maple herb, I have it. This should work. Like this. Oh! Aw, baby. Are you okay? Yeah, probably. Can you walk? Yep. Let's go to the witch's house together. Oh. Hanging onto the cobweb's too boring. Well, I thought they were gonna follow behind me. Where are you going? You made it all the way up there in such a short time. I'm fast, aren't I? Well, it's because we're not moving with you. We're just kind of standing here. Come on, Ellie. Witch's house, witch's house.
You're not really giving me a chance to catch up. No one can catch a running child. They move like the wind.
Sure, sure. They were fast because he didn't do anything. He is a fun little fella, isn't he? How energetic.
Children at that age are bound to run around no matter where they are.
Was I like that too?
Oh boy, your mother was out of tricks when it came to you.
I don't see another way over there. Going to fall off a cliff. I mean, they were in a spider web, so we're not too far off. You okay? You tired? Are you okay? Are you hurt? My legs are killing me. I can't walk any further.
No wonder this kid dashed around so energetically.
I'll carry you then. I'll give you treatment at the witch's house. Okay. Oh. Come here, little baby. Oh. Do you think a baby fox is heavy? Child fop. Isn't it heavy? It's not.
Really?
Really. Don't talk to me now. Ugh. Our village is just a little further from here, though we can't pass through now because of prickly vines. Go for the witch's house for now and find a way. Yeah. We'll give you a little spot. What do you mean we're almost there? We're here like right now. Thanks! Yeah. How's your leg? It still hurts a bit. But I have to hurry up and get back to the village. If not, yeah, Granny will scold me. Okay, leave it to me. I'll get rid of that giant prickly vine. Whoa, really? I'll get you back to your village, don't worry. Okay, thanks. Oh, before that, I should treat your leg first. Sit here for a minute. Want a healing candy, maybe? Yeah. Forest Atlas. Can I make that right now? What do I need? Candy, side candy, eye candy, workout candy, back scratcher candy, cough, massage, bug proof. Good luck. Where's the oh, here we go. Healing candy. Need that red one and the green one. I don't know what the red one is. Maple herb. Oh. Okay. Do I have another one? I do.
Yes, I certainly do, don't I?
I don't know why there's no music down here. I like how squishy it is. I have a lot of witch flower. I don't think I can make more than one, can I? Mar. Bling candy. First, eat it to 4. Maple. My wife is dead. What are you doing? And stir to the right. Here we go. I guess D&D is going pretty well, huh? Yo, how did you get COVID? It's almost 100. Crying on the floor. No. Why would you do this? I'll make another one. That's because I can. Meow. Oh. Which is 70. I gotta get that 100. No! It's gotta be the heat part. Squishy tub. Hunting matches pantry. Why? Squish. And a flower. Aw, man. I didn't do that one right. Oh. Bonus! Oh, good! I got a bonus one. That's even better. Are you gonna be okay? Are you, like, dying? Would you like to try this? Oh, what's this? Is this candy? Yeah, this candy is for healing your legs. Thanks. It looks delicious. Oh, I don't know what voice to give him. Oh, it's good. It tastes awful. It's good for you. How are your legs now? Well, I think they feel better. Thanks, Ellie. The candy tastes awful. So how did you get caught up in the spider web? I just came from the forest to play for a little bit. But I lost track of time, and when I was finally going, the road back was already blocked by the giant prickly vines. Oh! Draco! Ba, 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 ba. Hello, hi Draco, what's up? Mushroom! Robin, Celeste! Welcome in, everybody. For those that don't know me, I am Robin Sashiko, the traveling alchemist who's here to make your day just a little more magical. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer and aspiring voice actress. Honestly, since I plan to play this. Oh, really? Yeah, I was actually just thinking about you guys because there's actually a lot more voice acting in this game than I realized. And I was like, yeah. I know you guys are basically doing the same thing on Shroob stream right now too. Click with a keyboard, what do you mean? I hope you were having a good time. Yeah, I'm doing all these voices by myself and it's already kind of tiring me out. I'm doing silly voices though. I know, I would invite you guys to do it too, but we're kind of like streaming at the same time. I didn't realize this game would have a lot of dialogue. Or I kind of did, but maybe not. Good avatar there. Thank you! This is more like a Halloween edition. This isn't how I like look like at the base value. But I'm trying my best. Yeah, thank you. This was made by Turu. Turu. Slash credits. It'd still be on there. Yay, thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, go take a... If you need to take a break. Okay, go take care of yourself, and if not, hang out here with me for a little while. I'm just... I'm about 2 hours in. Ah! Buggy! Yeah. Ow, 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 ow. Read some more Buffy. Haven't been in the puppy form with us yet. Thank you. I was looking for another path when I heard the sound of a train. Oh, it must have been the one I was riding. I went towards the train, but a strange bird suddenly started chasing after me. It must have been that bird, not the train.
It was that bird.
I ran desperately into the depths of the forest. Then I found a treasure map and got caught in a spiderweb as I was trying to pick it up. Treasure map? I saw a picture of a skeleton through the bushes. I saw in a children's book that it's a sign of pirates' hidden treasures. Shall we go check?
What about the giant prickly vine?
Oh well, can't do much about it yet. Wouldn't hurt to try. Let's go. Oh, this game's adorable, by the way. I'm so small. Maybe I'll take a little nap. 2-hour nap. Very eepy. It is very cute. This is definitely my kind of game. I just wish my voice was, had better stamina for voicing all these characters. Tiring. Look at these little creatures. Ooh. Picking you up. Grabbing you like this. Chubby bunny. Atlas. Oh. Everything just makes me so sleepy. Sleepy all the time. What about that bird? That bird still up there? Hmm. Got it. Maybe it doesn't matter at which area I do it with. Its heads shrivel up or bloom with flowers. With flowers behind. Should you scare them away? You, me. What do you mean? Dead flower. You wait for it to grow and then spook it? Ah, there! Bird flower! Mmm, yummy. So tasty. Oh, oh. Yeah. Ow. No, but no! How is that even sticking? Oh. Oh, these ones can make you fall. Definitely don't break my legs. Absolutely not. Ow. What if I just eat all the rocks? You think they'd be okay with that? This game is so kawaii. This is a boom potion. I even went to a hidden library because I wanted to make them. I'm so lucky to find this here.
You don't normally use a skeleton design as a symbol of luck, right?
The point is, it looks like it can blow things up. There's something I want to blow up.
Don't be too worked up.
Shall we go try it right away? Well, are we gonna blow up the vines or? Oh, I miss this feeling.
You plan to destroy everything on the top of getting into trouble?
Hey, what do you take me for? Boom potion. Don't you feel the almighty power just from the name? When in trouble, throw it.
Figured if you can't have it.
Sometimes it takes boldness to overcome a crisis.
You'd think it's strange that a boom potion was dropped in that secluded forest.
Someone might have hidden it thinking that it's treasure, like Rubrum. Or someone might have accidentally dropped it.
Accidentally dropped a boom potion.
Ugh, whatever. Go, boom potion. What's going on? It won't even budge.
Must be stronger than the secret drawer in the principal's office. What are these fragments coming out of it?
Huh? Where?
At your feet.
Look at this, Virgil. It's a prickly vine fragment. Seems to have worked a little bit.
The vines will regenerate soon.
With this, we might be able to figure out the exact species of the prickly vines.
They aren't even in the encyclopedia. How are we going to figure that out?
Well... Oh, wouldn't a person living around here know something? Show the fragment to somebody and ask them about it. I wonder who it could be. Welcome.
As a peddler can't be quite eventful.
Can't argue with that.
It's a joke. There's an old woman selling pottery. They're selling some handcrafted potteries in the most inconspicuous locations of the market. Passed by, I accidentally met her gaze. I looked at the pottery placed in front of the old woman, who smiled bashfully while avoiding my eyes. I still clearly remember the shape of the pottery. It was a long, white water bottle, with its spout open like flower petals. Soft blue lighting gave it a mysterious air, and the fish engraved around its midsections were full of life. I'd never seen such a water bottle, and I fell in love with it at first sight. I decided to buy it even if it would cost all the Solaris gold coins I had. As to how much it was. How much do you think she asked for it?
Well, you can buy water bottles. 10 water bottles with 1 Solaris gold coin, right? Wouldn't she accept it if you offer 1 or 2 gold coins?
Only 2 Equus silver coins.
Equus silver coins. Even the shoes I'm wearing are more expensive than that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's so lucky of you.
I got upset, told the woman off. I'll not buy it for less than 12 Solaris gold coins, I said.
All of a sudden, it's more expensive than the house I live in. So what happened?
In the end, I couldn't buy it.
What? Why not?
She said. Even a kid can make something like this out of mud, with 2 Equus silver coins at most. It was good with her hands, but terrible at appraising her own work.
But don't you regret it?
It couldn't have been very profitable. Being too expensive is a problem, but it can't be too cheap either. Good things should be given good prices. I never do business with people who don't know how to properly value things.
Aria and Ellie seem to have gotten much closer after that chat.
Oh.
Money and happiness.
Some people can buy happiness with money, but some people can't. But don't worry about how much money you've got. You can be happy regardless.
Closer a little bit. Oh, there. Yeah, right.
Oh, is this a fragment of the prickly vines?
Yeah, do you know something about it?
No idea at all. But I have something that might be helpful.
What?
Universal Product Identifier.
Wow, what's that?
It's a tool made by some witch. The power of the moonstone embedded here, you can find the identity of an object.
Really? Then hurry up and try it.
I don't usually do this for free, since you lifted my curse. Just this one time.
Wow, that's great.
Right, here goes.
Huh?
What?
Prickly vine fragment has disappeared.
That's strange. Why did it disappear?
Maybe because of a grudge against nature?
Well, I don't think so. This tool just emits moonlight and analyzes the reflected light. No plant gets killed by sheer moonlight, right?
A plant that withers once exposed to moonlight. Ugh, it seems like something's coming up in my mind.
Think, Ellie. This is something you learned in school.
Oh, I remember now. Afraid of the moon. The plants that get killed by moonlight. I see. A prickly vine is definitely afraid of the moon. That's why it withered once exposed to the moonlight.
I think I've also heard about plants like that. I'm glad the tool is working fine. Thank you. I think we can get rid of the prickly vines now. I'm the one who should be thankful. I'm counting on you.
Good, thank you. Thank you. Cool. About the moonflower. Guess we'll find out shortly. Bunnies. They're little babies. I pick you up and I squish you. You're so squish. They're just little babies. They have no idea what they're doing. me do a little bit of the booping your nose type. Hmm. That's locked. Meh, 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 meh. I don't know when or if I'll need these stones. Why do you not want me to go up there again? You're so mean. So mean to Kibby. We should just follow what the game wants us to do for now. Rather than turning into a dog girl. I'm a puppy. I'm just a little doggy. Arr. Arr, thank you. Thank you, Leighton. Alright, let's get this started. Moonflower. People have died from reading too many books, haven't they?
So much for all that confidence.
I actually have a disease that kills me if I read too many books, you know.
No more excuses. We've only gone through 3 books.
Only. But come on, look at the size of them. It's too much work. Can't you read instead?
Sure you want me to do that?
Of course, we're friends, right?
Like the next few lines are about the moonflower, though.
What, really? Let's see here. Bitter grape tea tree. That's the tree we saw at the summit. The glowing one. Put in a small plastic box and shake it. Oh, what the fuck? I wish we had a soundboard for that. Of just like shaking a box.
Bloomin' butterflies.
Tea leaves, blah blah blah. Tastes like grape. Strong sour taste. Oh, here it is. It is blah blah blah. It's famous for its flowers, the moonflower. Moonflower. So it was here.
There's still more information.
It gathers moonlight most of the time, and on a moonless night, the moonflower blooms. A moonless night.
The tree at the summit had blue moon butterflies flying around it.
So the moonflower couldn't bloom because of the moonlight emitted by the blue moon butterflies? So if we get rid of the blue moon butterflies, the moonflower will bloom?
Yeah, it's actually a commonly used method back in the Korean nature.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Gather the moonlight with the blue moon butterflies. Give them away and collect the moonflower.
Alright, let's get rid of the blue moon butterflies, make moon oil, and remove the prickly vines. What do you use to get rid of the blue moon butterflies?
They don't like sunlight, so a sunlight potion is the common approach.
I don't know where I can get the recipe for a sunlight potion. Isn't it a limited recipe potion? It's like the recipe for the moon oil I found in the workshop.
On to the next chapter. Maybe you'll find something.
Let's see. Well, there are recipes for sunlight potions. So many of them. We're rich.
Are you positive they're usable?
Sure. Wait, this one's covered with ink. This one's ripped. It can all be damaged. Oh no. Oh. Ew. Luckily there's an intact piece. For recipes between book pages. How clever.
Usually this is called shoving.
Wording differs by person. At such times I wish I were still at school. Although limited recipes are usually disposable. At school they give them away for free.
You want to go back to school?
No way. Happy Adventure has only just started. We'll go squeeze butterflies. The moth shaker. Oh, not the moth shaker, please. Not again. Candy. Hmm. Ta-da! Sunlight potion. Maple. Oh, I need 2 of each? Oh. Why is it different? I guess it's a special potion? Healing candy. Which tub for which flower and maple? How many do I have? Not really any. Like 2 of each. It's gonna be so good. Bird flower water. Ew. Here we go. Get rid of some of this stuff. Meh. 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 Healing candy. I think that would be good for myself. Then go muscle mass. Wonder why. Was there a quick stack button? Oh well. Psy candy. What's that too? Sunlight potion. Let us begin. I'm very sad there's no music. We'll chub for level 5. It's a little too hot. And stir right. Witchcraft. Witchflower extract and a maple herb. And continue to stir right. Nice. Perfect. Sunlight potion is ready. Go to the tree right away.
Hey, the moon oil is...
Don't worry, I already have the ingredients.
You already have them.
Find the moonflower.
You really want to go now? Have you done everything you want to do?
Not yet. I still have stuff to do.
Stop wasting time.
What the hell? Prologue. Content unlocks. Quest rewards. Wikipedia research tasks. There later. In Moonflower. What was the... I have the moon oil. Healing candy. Psy candy. Why? What is Psy candy? Eat it and let out a long sigh. Your worries will go away and you'll suddenly feel much more relaxed. Oh. This helps you chill. Okay. Oh. Human butterfly. Flower. Silver star bell. Herb. This is so cute. How cute they are. Really need me. It's making me uncomfortable how quiet it is down there. Save. Are you going to the peak now? Yeah. Alright, let's go. Why is little buddy coming with us? Great, they're stuck to the tree as expected. Wow, there are tons of shining butterflies! We're gonna make them all go away now, right? I feel so bad for them all of a sudden.
It's for the tree's sake. Hurry up and throw the potion.
Okay, here it goes. The bubble. Oh. Shoo, butterflies. Moths are better anyway. Wow, it's beautiful. Where are those butterflies going? Wouldn't they go back to where they came from? But the flower. Oh, over there, over there. Racist against butterflies. It's so beautiful. Yes, it's really, really beautiful. Now we just need to collect some moonflower and make moon oil. Rum, can you go to the prickly vines and wait for us there? We'll come as soon as the potion is ready. Oh, okay. I'll be waiting in front of the vines. Flowers. Yay! Gimme. Alright, let's go. I'm guessing that's the prologue then.
For moon oil, you need a phoenix feather. There's no way you can find a phoenix around here.
We have a phoenix feather right here. You told me all about it earlier.
What? Oh, really? That's not a good idea. If we do that, we will not be able to get back on the train. It means you will not make it to Hylian.
A witch is always ready to help people, starting from those around her.
That again. You just like it here better.
Well, of course.
You just don't like the witch's house and Hylian.
That's true.
Stop being childish. You're going to regret it later.
No, Virgil. What I will regret is not doing this right now. I'm sure of it.
You have to be smart about this.
Ugh. Yay! Great! I have all the ingredients now.
Ellie, you're worse than Arya sometimes.
Oh, please. I'm nowhere as good as my mother.
That wasn't a compliment.
Alright, now let's make this moon oil. Yay! Moonflower water. Oh, it looks so yummy. Yeah. So gooey. Moon oil for me. And then she fucks it up. Like, oops. Steady. Moonflower water. And then stir right. Oh, fudge. I almost had it. I wanted it to be perfect. God dang it. Moon oil. Yay! Moon oil is ready. Let's go get rid of the prickly vines now. See if this works. I'm here. Now let's hurry and get rid of the annoying vines. Huh? You won't suffer any loss because of me, will you?
Don't worry about that. I'm the one who decided to do it. It's what I really wanted to do. This is my choice.
Thanks, Ellie. It's no big deal. You can come to the witch's house anytime you want. Are you going to stay here?
Yeah, I think I'll stay here throughout my apprenticeship.
Really? Really?
Really.
let's spend some more time together, Rubrum. Okay. Let's spend some more time together, Ellie. Hurry up and go home for now. Your granny must be worried. I'll find you later. Okay. See you in a bit. Yeah. Yeah.
You're acting like a saint. This place seems fun to you. That's all.
Virgil, try not to say stuff that makes me sound like a bad guy, will you? It's a happy ending. We're all if I have fun and they're happy, isn't it? Will the professors get angry?
Like mother, like daughter. That's what they'll say.
Well, that's great.
No, it's not a compliment.
Alright, let's head to the village. But I'm tired. Arg. Arf. Yay!
Yes, it's a village.
What kind of village would it be? I hope there's lots of fun things happening in here.
I'm not sure about fun things, but we apparently have some trouble.
This is the life I've always dreamed about. Let's hurry up and go.
It's quite a dull sight.
Virgil.
So this is the village you're going to spend 3 years in. You like it? Do you feel like going back to Hylian again?
What the heck happened here? What are all these prickle vines doing here? I'm so excited.
I don't even know how to comment.
And something seems strange.
Everyone would find it a strange sight. Why do these prickly vines grow only on houses?
No, that's not what I meant. Feels like I've been here before for some reason.
Is that some sort of cliche and meaningless foreshadowing? There's no way you've ever been here. You don't come this far for the Witch's school picnic.
But something feels familiar. Really. Let's find Verbrum first.
Some kind of foreshadowing, perhaps?
Yeah, this place is rather run down, isn't it? Here, I might take a quick BRB. I need to rest my voice for a minute. And also use the restroom. So don't go anywhere, and I'll be right back. Keep an eye out. Oh my god, there's it's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Let's put it back into the card. I gave
Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No!
Oh!
I saved.
Ah! They'll never find me over here. They lost me. What the heck? You're gonna fire me, at least do it right.
Oh my god. Oh, what, you're alive!
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown!
For you.
Duck! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All three of them got wiped. You want to put this on the floor and then the card over it?
Yeah.
You got it? Yeah. Perfect. Let's get out of here. Wait. No, that's correct. God damn it, dude. This is gonna suck. Amphitheater. What? But It was misspelled. Theatre. Dude, I'm not really good at spelling. I use autocorrect a lot, I'm sorry. Oh. He just flipped me off. What the frick? Yeah, it's good. It's just funny capitalism. Oh my god, get fucking slapped. See ya. Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake! No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him! Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys.
Yeah.
That was terrible. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good.
Really? Really?
Times I've tried to punch someone and then the momentum just sent me off the edge.
You're my friend! You're my friend now!
Oh, Trinity, okay.
I'm out of here.
Damn,
That was pretty good.
Smoogles, damn it.
You're the closest one.
They're fake bunnies.
Whoa.
Wow.
I'm gonna leave. I don't want to
Ah.
fake funny. Damn. Fuck.
It's okay, birds aren't real either. Mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No! Oh my god! Hey, yo, back up! Back up 6 feet! Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool.
I want to play tennis.
The oats, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Ow. Owie. Why do these things do knockback too? Here, I'm just gonna put the controller down. Check this out. That's really cool. What the actual fuck? I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Robin.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec.
Third time.
Alright.
We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I
Or-
know everyone has to be here. Well, good thing there be marshmallows.
Come here.
No.
Come here.
Do not
Ruff. Hello, I'm back. Hopefully you're all doing good and enjoying the stream so far. This game is so cute. My voice is getting tired though, so maybe I won't go too hard on the voice acting right now. I love these transition scenes. Ah, thank you. I do too. I have a better one, but this one is just like a spare one I had. Welcome back, Pop Berries. It's me. Oh. Oh. Woof, even? Hush you. Nothing but ruins here as well. Oh, there they are. Hey, little buddy. Oh, Ellie. Thanks for helping me get home. Ah, that's nothing special. But it really looks like no one is in the village. Yes, many of them left after the prickly vines started growing like mad. Now we only have Ardens up in my house. I see. You must be bored. No, it's okay, because Granny and Arden are here. There are also lots of fun things in the forest. Oh, Granny wants to meet you. Granny? Yes, she's the village chief. She was actually the village chief? No, not is. She used to be. You can find her in the back. Bye-bye, Nova. Thank you. Welcome, Miss Witch. You've done a great job with helping my grandchild. Thank you. No, I'm the one who received help. Please relax. It will be fine. I'm Ellie, an apprentice witch. Many witches don't look their age. Alright, I shall save the formality. Welcome to Westeria, Ellie. I'm Anita? Anit? I'm not very good with, spelling. Chief of this village. Both the village chief and the village are in bad shape, though. What happened? What are all those prickly vines? Have you taken a look at around the village? Yes, I saw the houses covered with prickly vines. They didn't look like ordinary vines. It happened 3 years ago. Those prickly vines started to grow all of a sudden and destroyed the houses one by one. Why did the prickly vines start growing all of a sudden? Actually, these are not the first vines growing in the village. The village used to have white vines growing at its entrance. But the prickly vines that appeared 3 years ago look completely foreign to us. At first, they were saying things like God's punishment, monsters, or a witch's curse.
Wipe off your drool, Ellie. It's a serious story.
There were lots of rumors, but no one actually knew why. They started growing all of a sudden without any explanation. I talk really fast, I'm sorry. What happened to the villagers? Nobody was hurt. I know that prickly vines grow fast, but they aren't supposed to be fast enough to hurt anyone. People had no place to live and could only leave the village. Now, only Arden and I remain in the village. Don't worry now, I'll help you. I'll remove the prickle vines and bring the villagers back. Thank you so much for saying that. But it's too late now. What? All the houses have been ruined already, and everyone has left. Instead of a village, the current Westeria is more like some ruins housing 2 seniors reluctant to leave. Ellie, you should also leave now. It's better to go to the place you were originally planning to go. But I'm not forcing you. You can stay in the village for as long as you want. Leave when the train comes. This place is not a village anymore. That can't happen.
Arlene is boring as hell.
Virgil, language. Ellie, the villages are all gone. Even if the prickly vines were removed, what's the meaning? This is still a village. Villagers will be willing to come back. Even if they disappeared, why would they come back to a remote village like this? Everyone would want to come back. But, Ellie, people left and time has passed. I don't think those driven out by the prickle vines would ever want to come back to these ruins. No, they would definitely want to come back. It's a wonderful village that you have been developing all your life, Anit. I won't let these weird prickle vines take over the village. Yeah, you're right. But let's call it a day and continue tomorrow. You look tired too. Rubram looks like he needs to rest as well. Okay. Don't be too hard on Rubram. Yeah, okay. Get some rest. You too, Anit. Okay. Chit chat. Play with sand. And I made this such a huge sand castle. I'm a sandcastle artisan. It's the name given to me by Granny. The name suits you well, Verbrum. Thank you. Who gave you your name, Ellie? My mother picked my name, saying there would be an echo when she called it. This pleased her. Ellie, Ellie. She's right. It's perfect for you. I like picking names for others, too. I even gave the doggies that appear every night outside the village names. Oh, really? What did you name them? Cocoa, Barley, Bean, and Star. Apart from them, I've named so many constellations and flowers, too. Come name things with me sometime, Ellie. Much closer. Yay! Goodbye. I don't know why I can shop from, like, everybody. Sleep time. Okay.
There's a lot of imagination to call this place a village.
Says who? It's still a village, even if there are no houses.
Fine, but it's by no means a village if there are not even people.
The people will come back.
How can you be so sure? This is your first time in this village. If you're just being ridiculous.
No, I definitely heard their minds. The villagers want to come back.
Where did you hear it? You haven't met any of them.
That... I don't know. Maybe I heard it in a dream.
Are you being ridiculous?
No.
You are.
No, it isn't. It's the village that Anit has lived in for all of her life. Other people must be as fond of it as she does.
You know, you also just met Anit for the first time.
I can tell even when we meet for the first time. My heart was beating so fast.
Would fix the houses even if the prickly vines were removed. There are only 2 seniors and 1 child in the village.
You're right, Virgil.
Correct.
We also need a carpenter to fix the houses. First villager returning has to be a carpenter.
Okay, find a carpenter capable of flying then. They probably need 6 arms.
Stop being sarcastic, Virgil, okay?
Have some sleep. You'll find such a carpenter in your dream.
Stop being sarcastic! Dreams are pretty good, though. Have you guys have had any good dreams lately? I posted about one on my Blue Sky about... Recently I had a dream about my kitty cat. I won't go into detail, but I miss her. It was a good dream. It was a sad dream. And I needed it. I needed me a dream like that. Emotions don't come easy to me anymore. So getting in that little kind of sad mindset from a dream and then reminiscing after waking up and being able to cry, it was really nice. Even if it hurt. Knowing that I still have these deep feelings deep down, and it's hard to feel vulnerable a lot of the time. And I don't know. I liked it. And I miss them. But that's just kind of what life is, I guess. I'm so devoid of a lot of feelings this day and age with all the bad stuff going on in the world. Just like, more bad stuff. Who would have thunk it? Just so tired. I'm sure a lot of other people feel the same way. Arr. Yeah, where did that kitty go? I never did find that kibby. Huggies.
Did you meet the flying carpenter?
I don't know. Seems like I did have a dream, but I don't remember anything.
Are you nervous or something? Since this is your first day as an apprentice witch.
Of course not.
So, are you ready for your first day as an apprentice?
Of course.
Do you know what to do?
Let me ask what Anit thinks first. Although she will naturally approve. I shall wait until I actually hear it. Carpenter's house and try to get rid of some of those vines.
We don't have any phoenix feather left.
It'll work out somehow. Let's go. Yay! In my first day as an apprentice witch. This is where the story truly begins. Welcome to Act 1. Finish the prologue. Oh! Hello? Diane. Hello, this is the Witch's Catalog that gives you the most inexpensive products at best prices. She's really pretty. This is Diane Greenwood, who brings happiness. Nice to meet you. Yes, hello. I'm Ellie, an apprentice witch. Yes, nice to meet you, Ellie. What I must help you today is... Oh, you're registering for your first time! Yes, that's right. It must have been inconvenient for you to not be able to use the Witch's Catalog. Just a minute. Okay, thank you for waiting. So I need to see that Master Witch before you register. Is she inside? The Master Witch? Yes, I need the Master Witch's signature to register you on the Witch's Catalog. Oh, that's, I'm...
Hey, Ellie.
What?
Fooling around while I'm out? Didn't forget to register on the Witch's Catalog, did you?
Oh, no, I didn't forget. Of course not. Oh, I guess the Master Witch is away now. Are you talking through that hat? Yes? Stay quiet, Ellie. You unfinished dumb hat of a little rascal. Why can't you even do such a little thing properly? I told you to tell me when the Witch's Catalog employee came. What? I'm sorry, I was just about to tell you. Oh, okay. But I guess Ellie could just sign instead because the Master Witch is here. You'll also receive a gift if you join now. Whoa, a gift? What is it? A witch's broom that makes your life much easier. The witch's broom, finally! Done here and here. Okay, just a minute. Yes, that's it. Then I'll explain how to use the Witch's Catalog. Would you like to hear it? Okay. Yes, please. Every morning, a Witch's Catalog employee will come. In this case, it will be me. I'm planning to be here from 8 AM to 6 PM. You can just purchase the items you need from me during that time. We do not accept gold coins and only accept Luna coins. What is that thing called Luna coin? Luna coin is the currency used in Witch Society. It's called Luna coin because it is made of an ore which is the power of the moon. Don't you already know that since you were also raised in a Witch Society, Ellie? I think I learned it in school. It's just that I don't think I called money something else in my life. After all, only Luna coins are used in the Witch Society. But how do I earn Luna coins? Okay, see, the dialogue is a little weird. How do I earn them? I guess you don't have enough Luna coins. What? Basically, yes. Exactly why the Witch Administration is running a candy purchasing event. Just let me know at any time, since you purchase regardless of the type. You can sell candies to the merchants. You can purchase different items, use different currencies, all using shop, keyword, and dialogue. Okay. The gift. Right, I'll give it to you now. A broom! Thank you! Finally, my own broom! It moves faster if you ride a witch's broom. Have a nice day. Think it went well?
Yes, it looks like the urgent fire is out.
How's my acting skills?
You? I'm the one who did the acting. All you did was stutter.
Starting was all an act.
Might become a problem later on.
I told you I'm good at acting.
No, not your poor acting skills, but the fact that you lack a Master Witch. The Master Witch must be at the witch's house. You can't just have an apprentice witch.
Can't you just keep acting?
How long will it work? There's still the matter of the witch who was originally here at this witch's house. It would be nice if we know who that witch is.
Let's ask his villagers later on. It'll also be someone with malice. Sell potions right away. Oh, you're right. There's no need for urgency. I could make a candy real quick. Oh. I can make... what else are there? Load with your packs, knots, and ends. Gold coin pouch trading chest besides my shop. 10 spare collected items or materials. Your pouch of coin in return. What? It's Ellie's shop. Gold coin pouch trading chest. This place is where you exchange unneeded stuff for pouches of gold. It's basically like Stardew Valley drop-off box. I'm not sure. I think so. Yeah. I think the person just heard that earlier. You can finally put whatever is rotting in your backpack to good use. Indeed. I'm going to take the opportunity to organize my backpack and storage.
Aiden would have just burst into tears if he heard the word organize coming out of your mouth.
I would like to make some candy real quick. Pink. A broom chest. Put the moon water flower thing away. Healing candy. What can I make right now? Sigh candy. More healing candy, maybe? I'll make this one. Fur extract. Level 3. Lame. It's really hard to dodge. Starts to burn. All done. It's pretty good. Let's see, worries melt away. I could just like turn the rest into extract. I can't do multiple at the same time, which is upsetting. Maybe later. Hopefully I don't need that for anything else. Yummy fur. The sound effects are kind of fun. Good luck, candy. Press lifting. Sleepy. More healing candy. Yeah. Why not? Whew. Ooh. Ooh. They're right. Perfect. Total crafting score. Did I do it? Did I win? 100! Yeah! I'm so good. You're so good, chat. Oh, I can sort it. Little new. Candy. Wither, sigh. Food, gold coin. Okay. Baby Rabs, thank you. is pretty similar to the Atelier game I played not too long ago, except less JRPG. Diane? Diane! Hello! This is Diane to bring you happiness. Oh, it's you, Ellie. Welcome. I'm sorry, that was unprofessional of me. Did something happen? Not sure if it's okay to tell you this since we just met. What is it? Maybe I can help. You know that you can also sell potions in the Witch's catalog? Oh, really? In the Witch's catalog? Sold potions and uses them later. Trying to use the potions I had saved for the evening this time as well, but there have been frequent complaints about bad potions. Since it's an event organized by the administration, mistakes must be avoided. Plus in the Witch's catalog's potion quality, plus in the admission. The administration issued a notice to each catalog salesperson to test the suspicious potions. Problem is, the potions I obtained are related to the matter. As you know, Ellie, potion quality is also a matter of a witch's confidence. You can't do it yourself, Diane? I need a witch to accompany me to the test for certification. If it's alright, may I ask for your help? I've prepared a small reward. Nubicula cupcakes. Nubicula cupcakes? Mom will buy one for me at the end of the week if I've been good for a whole week. But naturally, I've hardly had any so far. Alright, I'll help. Thank you. Please take this first. Nutrition potion. Used as an emergency measures on dying plants. Oh. And... oh. A bird cage! The test as quickly as possible. I also caught a sprout bird. Let's throw the nutrition potion I gave you to the sprout bird. When the results appear, please gather them and take a close look. Then I'll record the details like the date, weather, time, wind direction, etc. Also, please let me know if you make a bad throw. It feels very formal. Left trigger. Meow. Whoa! You can view information in potion. So potions have a different effect on creatures, I guess? 1, 2, 3. So many bird flowers are blooming. Moderate temperature, mild wind, low humidity. Great! Fortunately, these potions here seem normal. It went well, right? Yes, we can relax a bit, as at least one of them is normal. The reward I promised you, a Nubicula cupcake. Yay! Popular witch bakery Nubicula. Even the tacky witch hat decoration can't stop you from savoring its deliciousness. Yahoo! I requested this as a test this time, but I hope you've realized that using potions to collect makes things much easier. Just saying that the witch's house, which supplies the most potions every year, also consumes the most. Cool. Bird. Bird flower. Ah, oh, so many for free. I gotta make some of that potion. I got it. Do I know how to make it? Bird flower. Oh, I needed 4. Ugh. We'll never know. I'll just keep it on me for the time being. I want to make that nutrition potion, then I can make one of those vines grow that are dead. Hello. Sell healing candy. Sell 1. Sell 1. Psy candy. I don't know what to do with it yet. At a fair price in the shops. Those will probably be better for gold and not lunar gold or whatever. Delicious green tea. Hmm. Purchase. What do you have? Oh, the nutrition potion recipe. Perfect. Hmm. Which is bug net. I need it. Bug net. Yay! Which is white chalk. Sure, I'll need this later. Broom, witch's pickaxe. Owl. Loud noises. Your body glow with light should you drink it. Oh. Witch's cupcake. Yummy. I haven't had a need for it. I'll just wait here for a minute. Good chat. Witch's broom. Having been a regular of the Witch administration, it was only natural to become familiar with it. This is the broom I spent a hefty amount on when I joined the Witch's catalog department. We always keep each other company. Yay! Friends. We love friends. Oh wait. Personal stories. I'm Diana Greenwind. Currently working for the Witches Department. What does the Witch Administration do? We manage and distribute finances and produce of the Witch and produce of the Witch Society. The management of witches' houses and the Witches' catalog is also an important task of the Witch Administration. Wow, that's impressive. It is, isn't it? The Witch Administration is the department that employs the largest number of witches. And it's the only building where indoor flights are allowed. Wow, being able to ride a broom inside a building really sounds fun. Not when a flying encyclopedia knocks you out while you're blinded by the peanut butter from a flying sandwich that lands on your face. Sounds like there's a lot of stuff flying. Be wary of the flying encyclopedia. This is what we all say all the time. Very heavy. Don't let your guard down even if you evade the first, because the second and third might be on the way. Speaking of it, I've always been evading encyclopedias. Do books fly around at the school for witches too? No, I just don't like reading them. Cute. You're so cute and so silly. How do I ride my funny broom? Bugnet! Watch carefully, pressing tiptoe button. Oh, I didn't know there was a tiptoe button. I figured there would be, but I wasn't sure. Tiptoe. Pet. Pet. Catch it! Catch it quick! Those aren't bugs, those are bunnies. Unless you count Bugs Bunny. Come here, you. Come here. You're my friend. How perfect that touch it. What? What? What'd I do? Somebody has a deck of many things. Oh. Are you still in D&D or are you just like listening to me on the side? Ta-da! Bug! Bush bug! Oh, I'm gonna creamify these bush bugs. Oh. Bird. Bird. Not bad. Not bad. We go. Well fed, they will bloom lots of flowers. Gonna get that flower. Yeah. This is mine now. I'm so good at catching bugs. Yay! I haven't found a recipe for these mangoes yet. Did I get that pickaxe too? Oh, my inventory's full. Broom! Broom, broom! Ah, I see. White chalk, branch. I don't think I got that pickaxe. Nutrition potion. Oh, I just use it. Oh, money. That was $7.50. Good lord. Comically large and sturdy wings for such a small body. You mean like a bee? No. Wait for it. Yeah. You. I feel like there. I don't remember where if there's anything cool nearby. Why won't you let me back up there? Why? What do you mean focus on what we're doing? Maybe it is a little handholdy. I want to go that way. I'm gonna sneak around it. Ow! I didn't think so. It was kind of funny though. I just want to explore and be heckin' awesome. I'll have stamina pretty quickly though. Does broom work? Meow. Boost. What kind of energy is that? Bug. My bug. Getting a little peckish. I sneak up on it this time. Sketching you. Pumpkin terrier. It's just a doggy. Come here, little critter. Give me your stuff. Yeah! I'm so good. Should have some of that tea. Rare, ordinary, collected items. Oh. I didn't get any health from that, did I? Bunny! Removing your fur. Sorry. Ah. Ow. Ow. And I must get tired in the day. Or just slowly lose all that I have. Maybe. Help! Where am I? In the bushes. Forever gone. Wisteria. Hmm. The broom must be tired or something. Oh, look at him. Little hopscotch. Good, buddy. 1, 2, 1, 2. Chit chat. Hopscotch. Granny taught me this game. Though Granny can't hop much, it's fun even if I play it alone, so it's fine. I'm good. Tea brewed. Tea brew, tea brew. Ugh. Why can I not take a nap here? Why? Oh. Hello. Anybody home? Stairs? Am I late? Where are they? We're going to gather materials. Okay. Pumpkin terrier. With all the vines wrapped around it, we're curious about its true appearance. Okay. Pumpkin terrier. I want to see what's underneath. Select before it runs away 4 times. I don't know how I did it the first time. Oh, let me try a weed extermination potion. That's probably what it wants me to do. Just made up our mind. I wish I knew where they were. We'll never know. Oh. Hello.
You're a witch.
Yes, I'm Ellie, an apprentice witch. Hello.
I'm Auden, a dragon and a cook.
Man, they just kind of got dragons out of here, huh?
You got Rubrum? You're pretty kind.
Don't mention it.
Are you going to stay here for a while?
I think so.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Ah, I'm sorry. It's my first time seeing a dragon with my own eyes.
Makes sense. Well, you wouldn't want to see one.
My mom said that she seldom met a dragon. That's why I wasn't sure. But you're a real dragon. Never thought I would meet a chef dragon in a place like this.
Because dragons have no reason to mingle with humans. I think I was like that too. I can't tell you the reason even if you looked at me with those eyes. I don't remember myself. Tell me if you're hungry. Oh, it's not for free.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, this is for helping Rubrum. This one's free. Take it.
Ooh, yummy. Thank you. Chit chat. Looks like he's from New York somehow. Why? Because he runs a restaurant?
Business is always slow at the restaurant. Always just the usual crowd after all.
Right.
I'm also a cook.
I wouldn't have known if you didn't tell me.
What more do you want to know?
Well, why is a dragon working as a cook?
Well, I forgot.
How can you forget that?
I guess it wasn't so important.
Hi, Noe. Hello. Hi. Doing good. This game's very cute. That doesn't seem so.
How would I know when I've forgotten?
Because you're a dragon.
Correct.
and also a cook.
Well, of course. What's the problem?
The problem is that you forgot. What the hell? What you got? Ooh. Beef stew. Not clear what's exactly in it, but it tastes really great. Mmm. Beef and vegetables. Ah. Unicorns are just floating there. Oh fuck, I didn't even realize that. Oopsie. Yeah. It's better meant for Moth. I don't know how I didn't notice that before. Hey Noe, what are you up to tonight? Later. Later, Tater. Cool. Oh, there she is.
Hello, Annette.
Oh, hello, Annette.
Hello, Ellie. Did you sleep well? I thought about it yesterday, but I'm still not sure.
The villagers.
Yeah. You mean they would want to come back, right? I don't know why you're more confident than me when I've lived my whole life in this village. Even so, I decided to believe in that happy vision. Really? If you get rid of the prickly vines, I'll contact the previous resident of that house. But if that resident refuses...
Don't worry, because it won't happen.
Ellie, you're so nice.
Everything will be fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, I guess so.
What should we get first? Oh, what we get first? Was there a carpenter in the village? 6 houses, I think the first was near the carpenter.
Of course.
That's at the upper left side from the center fountain belongs to Kyla, who's a carpenter. Gotta remove the prickly vines from Kyla's house first. You get rid of the prickly vines. I'll contact Kyla. Leave it to me. Village map. Oh, thank you.
Keep in mind that we don't have information, nor do we have any phoenix feathers.
And couch to its thing. Hell yeah. This is a pretty comfy game to relax to. Collect information. Think about the phoenix feather later.
Seriously?
Welcome. It's been a while. I suppose it hasn't been that long. That's so. Perhaps it's been a while since I last came here. You remove them, the prickly vines. Yes, it's nothing special. That's so. You're humble. But you did really well. This village has been really gloomy for the past few years. I'm just getting started. That's a big start. Because the disappeared hope is reviving. No, so never give up on this village. Don't worry. I'll never give it up no matter what happens. You sound reliable. Did you happen to bring the thing you promised last time? Of course! You mean Yakon melon, didn't you? No, you promised the roaster handle. I'm kidding, of course I brought it. Since this guy broke his leg, I don't think I can bring proper products for a while. Oh, really? I feel sorry for him. Thank you for your concern, but don't worry. It will get better soon. Things on sale would be trivial things. Instead, I have a good offer for both of us. Do you want to hear it? Sure. Syria is not the best place to shop. I'll make it better soon. Yeah, but I didn't mean it that way. However, there's a good witch here, and I want to use that to advantage. Is there such a witch here?
That's what I'm saying. I can't even see one from up here.
I'm positive I have an eye for both people and things. So, Ellie, I want to entrust you with some work. What do you think? Naturally, you will also receive proper wages. These good things deserve good prices. Really? You mean me?
Really? You mean her?
Yeah. The work will usually be potion crafting or life form gathering. How does that sound? Of course I like it. Naturally.
also look at the quality of products properly. After all, only good products can fetch good prices. Bad prices for bad products. Just like the talking hat said. Therefore, it's Virgil. A hat that deserves a bad price, I suppose. Counting on you then, Early Virgil. We'll work hard. Since I'm not a witch, I know what candy is edible even for non-witches. Always purchasing all kinds of candies. I'll give you whatever you want. Sure. Trade with ordinary collected item. Exchange for them. Usually have them in stock. Unneeded ordinary collected item to exchange for items. But a small fee for the exchange. Oh. Okay. Play. Start. Wow. Stop. Sell. Do I have a candy? I do. You'll love my candy. Chit chat. Ardent soup, the jungle. Ice strawberries. There's an ice strawberry found in the forest at the northeastern tip of the continent. It's a pinky-sized silver bead. It fills you with refreshing sweetness the moment you put it in your mouth. More expensive than gold of the same weight. It's worth it. Yummy. Ranch. Book. Mud shoes. Roaster handle. That's pretty cheap, sure. Writer unknown. Increase bag's capacity. Ooh. Yes, please. Three wings in the sky. Flies a blue pigeon. I will buy a book. Blue pigeon. Oh, your bag seems full. Oh no. What happens when this thing runs out of, like, juice? Wait, what's wrong with this? Looks like we need to dig a grave for your 12th broom. Not that bad. That only knocked a bit of durability off of it. I barely wrote it, too. Well, what can you expect from a free gift? I think there's a workbench at the workplace. I can fix it there. Branch or mud? Or a mud. Singular mud. And then I eat it. Sparkly. Body slamming you. Arrgh. Oh. Yeah! Puppy! Oh my god! It's the doggy. He's so cute. Oh, baby. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he loves it. Oh my god. Oh, petting you. Oh, that's the goodest doggy I ever did see. You can pet the floof doggy. Oh my god! Ah, it was so grumpy with all those vines on them. Oh, baby, he's okay. That's amazing.
The hell is that? Oh. What's this? I got it from this tiny guy that resembled an acorn.
I suppose that was a Rittering.
Oh, a what?
A Rittering. They are a rare sight. Little about them is known, not even to witches.
Now I remember. There was this kid, Ralph was it, who was always wearing a couple of clover-shaped brooches. They're apparently not usual clovers. They're made from Rittering's gifts.
Don't expect you to be so observant.
After all, Ralph was unique. He always carried a lot of collections with him. He even boasted about it, saying that those items would bring him good luck.
Maybe they would. Some believe that Rittering's gifts could bring good luck.
Those people must want to collect them then.
Sure, for them, Rittering's gifts are collectibles.
Yay! Offer clover-shaped gift to any who finds them. They're so silly. What is it? My inventory's full. I guess I'll die. Wow. What do I do with all this? Eating apple. Apple. Used as a rare ingredient. Is it? Oh. I just got more luck. Hidden cooking. And got all of them. Which station? Oh, now I remember. It's the teleportation device.
You make it sound like a gadget from a novel.
It sends you to the other witch stations linked with it. I read about teleportation in a novel from Mom. And I've always wanted to try it myself.
Teleportation is a magic that requires prudent operation. So you need a qualification to build witch stations to ensure safe travel.
In short, they're easy and convenient to use. But this one seems to be broken.
The witch station is abandoned for a long time. You must maintain it before using.
How do I maintain it?
That you also learned at school. Witch station maintenance has been standardized completely.
Be concise. I love her little bored face.
Building one is hard, but maintaining one is easy. You just need the materials.
Materials nearby. Can't use it right now. Duh. Shake. Shake, shake, shake. Gimme. Yay. I got him. Ding ding. Ding ding. Oh, collect pollen. I didn't think that would work. Oh wait, my bag. Yay! Okay, I should have just done that. Tree branch. Okay, I can do that. And see if there's any I can just pick off the floor. Yeah. Normally there's twigs all over. Here. I really just need twigs for this. Poof! Here's the restored witch station. Almost there. Okay, done. Witch station. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a garden decor? When I saw it, school was a hearth, if I remember correctly.
The design depends on the creator's aesthetics.
I think this one's way more stylish than the hearth. By the way, why were they made like hearths?
Why are you flying on a broom then?
I can't quite get the taste of witches in the past. Anyway, let's use it right away. Oh, I can see the witch's house.
An item for returning to the witch's house.
But will I be able to teleport back if I use this?
They usually are two-way, don't worry. Just trust yourself to magic.
On my way!
Yay! Heck yeah! So good. So good. I gotta put some of this stuff away. There we go. I got the handle for you. Good. Able to make more potions. Burned pumpkin carrier. Why? Why would you want that? All in. Ugh. I didn't want to do that. Maple. Rock. Memo. I'm gonna need some bug goo. Bug goo. Cupcake. Maple herb. You can move one individually. Bush bug. I squish it. It's like a gramophone down here. Pumpkin terrier. I don't want to go too far. What does it do? Guess it's just a loading bar. No? All done. Yay! Curse lifting candy. That should be good for later. Nutrient potion. Oh. I need another one of those maple ones. Delicious maple. What did I do? Repair the broom. Oh, okay. That's easy. Ta-da! Boom, all done. Herb extract. Yeah, this is the boring stuff that you guys don't see when I'm off stream making potions. Nutrient potion. Yeah. Maple herb extract. Refire. And some bug. They love bugs. Perfect. 100%, baby. Phew. Bonus. Ah, incredible. I'm so good. Bug-proof candy. Sorry, I'm like moving around a bunch. Being comfortable is difficult. Bug-proof candy. 4-star. I can do it. I'm really good. Bird flower. Level 2. Oh. They're right. Don't want it to overflow. Wishy tupper, and then some maple herb. and then stir left. Ugh, it's just like jellifies. You can't stop me. Yeah. Poof. It's like a gotcha. You get to see a golden puff cloud to know that you did it right. Another curse lifting candy just because. It's free! Level 3. And stir right. It just stirs it faster if it's going the right way. Perfect. I guess it's gold if I get a duplicate. Witch flower extract. I can make 2. So squishy. The chest here. Let me sort it. Bush bug, fur, fur. That's not burned. The machine is no longer there. What? Was I supposed to grab it? I guess. Probably have to get rid of it, unfortunately. Oh well. It's sleepy time. Just about sleepy time for me, IRL too. I'll probably call it here, honestly. Been a nice 4 hours. We got a little bit into Act 1. And we kind of got a gist of what we're gonna do for the future. I hope you all enjoyed. This game is really cute. I do sound eepy. I'm just trying not to raise my voice too much. 1, because Papa sleeps next door, and 2, voice acting makes my voice tired. Potion Mistress, things are treating you well. They are! Thank you for that donation over there, by the way. Potion Mistress. I haven't been called a Potion Mistress before. Hi, Kyolo. I'm petting you. What are you up to, buddy? Just catch the end of this. Yeah. Always appreciated. I'll be back, I'll be streaming this Friday. Anonymous, but Ko-Fi betrayed. I know. I'm pretty sure it was anonymous on stream, but I don't know if it was anonymous on Ko-Fi. Unless it was just an email thing. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I'll be streaming about the same time on Friday to play Deltarune and do the weird route. And I'll have some people helping me for voice acting. So that should be fun. I'm excited for that. It'll be I guess it can be kind of spooky, but also kind of fucked up too. Psychological horror. I guess you could call Deltarune Weird Route / genocide. So it should be fun. Thank you for hanging out today. I'll play this game again next Wednesday for another beautiful Witchcraft Wednesday. It just works. I like alliteration. Okay. Who is in raiding distance tonight? Purr, Ursuline. Everyone's playing Clover Pit or Mega Bonk right now. Ohio's doing
Potion master, but girl. No, I know. You could have also said potion seller. I do like the potion mistress. That's the first. I mean, Kohai just started. Okay. I'm on a wired connection. I feel like it did that not too long ago as well. That was weird. Don't worry about it. Pocket Paris is doing a partner push. She also has a new model now. I guess we could raid her. Been going for a little bit. Partner push Spookathon. Yay! Yeah, I can see her getting partner. I guess we can go raid the Honey Pocket. Wasn't time to be raided. Exactly. You guys go have fun with Pocket Paris. She's a very good dinosaur friend. She just debuted her new model. I think she's always been PNG tuber, but now she's like 2D, and her model is super duper cutesy. So we're gonna go give her head pats, I think. Okay, everybody. Oh, why is the raid message not working? Blow up. What are you doing? Commands. Bro. Raid. Raid message. Fucking play it. Thank you. Okay, everybody. You all have a wonderful night, Nightlights. Good night, everybody. Stay bright. Mwah.